Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 27, 2016 County of Placer Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin today with our flag salute, as we always do. Today we will be led by County Executive David Bosch. Please join us.
Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, David. All right, now we will have the statement of meeting procedures read to us by our clerk of the board.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, September 27th, 2016. Agendas are available on the wall outside of this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. However, please note that the board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. All items on the agenda will be open for the public comments before final action is taken. When you speak, clearly state your name for the record, and be aware there is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. Keep in mind that the chairperson has the discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. Please place all cell phones in silent mode. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you very much. We will now move to our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved through a single roll call vote. However, anyone may ask to address any consent item prior to the board taking action, and that item may be moved for discussion. Any member of my board wish to pull anything off consent for discussion? Is there any member of the public or anyone in Tahoe who wishes to pull anything off the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, what is the, all right, this is a roll call.
Holmes?
Yes.
Duran?
Yes.
Euler? Montgomery?
Yes. And just for anyone who hasn't been here, you can't see it, but we have a screen that connects us to our county offices in Tahoe, so you may hear a disembodied voice. Do not be alarmed. It is fully in normal. We are now moving to the public comment section of our agendized meeting. Persons may address the board on any items not on today's agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person, since time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up again at the end of our regular meeting. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment, but we are certainly interested in your public comment. So is there any member of the public now who would like to come forward and make comments on anything that is not on today's agenda? Now is your opportunity. Is there anyone in Tahoe who would like to make comments on anything not on today's agenda? I see no movement in Tahoe. I see no movement here in the room, so I am going to close public comment, and we are going to move to board member reports. Start on my left. Anything, Supervisor Euler? Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, I have one. In my role as a governing board member of the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority, I'm pleased to announce that after about almost 20 years of trying to get funding for a third track from Sacramento to Roseville, on our last CCJPA board meeting, we were able to secure $78 million. Union Pacific is excited about this opportunity, and so later in the beginning of next year, we will be starting the improvements for 2 more round trips from Sacramento to Roseville on the Capital Corridor. And that concludes my report.
That's excellent news. Thank you. Supervisor Duran? Okay, thank you. Our first timed item is not until 9:10, so we will begin with our department item 6A, Countywide Document Storage Software Migration, Nico Industries of Roseville, California. Brett Wood presenting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairwoman Montgomery, Supervisors. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager. And item 6A is a request for your board's approval of a contract with Nico Industries of Roseville, California, using a Sonoma County contract to purchase licenses, annual support, and implementation services to migrate to the new enterprise content management software system OnBase in an amount not to exceed $455,523. This program is presented to your board as a replacement to the existing Sire document management services. Sire was purchased by Highland Industries in 2012, and in 2014, Highland announced that they were no longer going to provide development for that program or improve it in any way. And at some point in the future, they will cease to provide support for it. So we've worked with OnBase in an effort to migrate to their program. And this will provide the document management services for all three systems that the county has, both the public safety system, the health and human services system, and the general government services. So there are three different quotes that go for this total amount, and each one will be implemented over time and in a way to minimize disruption to county operations. With that, there is a department representative here if you have additional questions, or we'd be happy to stand for any that you may have.
Thank you. Any additional questions from members of my board? Is there anyone in the audience who has a question on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Motion carries. I'm going to keep administrative services and procurement up since we still have 2 minutes. We're going to be moving to item 6B, bulk fuel, automotive oil and products. Hunt and Sons Incorporated of Sacramento County. John Manning presenting. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is John Manning. I'm a Buyer 2 with Procurement Services Division. I'm here today requesting your board's approval of Placer County bid number 10566 for bulk fuel, automotive oil, and related products for the period of October 1st, 2016 through September 30th of 2017 in the maximum amount of $2,325,000. We're also asking your board to approve 2 optional 1-year renewals so long as the renewals don't exceed 10% in aggregate of the original award amount, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all documents. Placer County bid number 10566 represented the bulk fuel, automotive oil, and related product requirements for the Department of Public Works and Facilities, Fleet Services, and Building Maintenance divisions, as well as the Office of Emergency Services. Historically, the bid has included partner agencies, and so this year we've represented the Town of Truckee, the City of Roseville, the Placer County Water Association, and the Elk Grove Unified School District in our bid document. This was in an effort to leverage our consolidated purchasing power and obtain the best possible pricing. The bid was conducted in accordance with the purchasing policy manual, and 5 bids were received prior to the close date and time. The bid results, the bid was evaluated by bid category, and we also considered local vendor preference credit and prompt payment discounts. Hunt & Sons was determined to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for every bid category, and we haven't received any bid protests as of today. In the evaluation process, we also looked at cooperative contract pricing that was available through the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. We determined that based on the pricing we received in response to bid number 10566, the county could save about $36,000 by using the bid pricing received in response to the bid instead of using the cooperative contract. So with that, we're requesting your board's approval to award a blanket purchase order to Hunt & Sons in the amount of $2,325,000 for the period of October 1st, 2016 through September 30th, 2017. Now, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from any member of the board? Anyone in the audience? All right, what's the pleasure of the board? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, John. Motion carries. All right, we will now move to our 9:10 timed item. We are being asked to approve a commendation being brought forward by Supervisor Jack Duran. Supervisor Duran.
Part of our responsibilities with the Board of Supervisors, we get the opportunity to recognize members of our community that that go above and beyond the call of duty in their everyday lives and their occupations and the things that they do for the people here in Placer County. I have the honor to propose a commendation for former and always Assistant Principal Jess Borhan of the Roseville Joint Union High School District today. So I'm going to go ahead and read this commendation. A little background, Jess, I've known Jess for, close to 20 years now, I think. I even got even closer to Jess as a member of the board of directors of the Roseville Joint Union High School District. Have seen Jess in many different lights. He's been a mentor. He's been a friend. I've seen how he interacts with the kids at Wood Creek High School and with the parents in the community, and with even my kids who are recent graduates of Roseville High School. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. In the matter of a commendation recognizing Jess Borhan for many years of extraordinary service to the Roseville Joint Union High School District. Whereas Jess Borhan was hired by the Roseville Joint Union High School District in 1995 as a teacher and football coach. Whereas during his tenure, Jess has served as assistant principal at Wood Creek High School and assistant principal at Granite Bay since 2003, has served as principal of Wood Creek High School since 2003. Whereas given Jess's passion, vision, and leadership, Wood Creek High School is now one of the top-ranked high schools in the country. Whereas the Roseville Joint Union High School District currently operates 5 comprehensive high schools, a continuation school, an adult school, and an independent study school. It serves the education needs of more than 10,000 students in the communities of Roseville, Granite Bay, and Antelope. The district has received wide acclaim for innovative education programs in a variety of areas, and student achievement are among the top in the state. Whereas Jess was recently selected by a pool of highly qualified applicants to serve the Roseville Joint Union High School District's Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. And I cannot think of a finer individual to go into the front office of the Roseville Joint Union High School District. Whereas Jess is well and respected, appreciated by his students, staff, and the community as an advocate and leader of great character and integrity. Now, therefore, let it be known that this commendation is duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, and we would like to congratulate him on being selected by the Board of Trustees as the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. Jess, you will be missed at Wood Creek High School. Jess, you've got the floor.
All right. I won't take much of your time, but thank you very much for this special honor. As Jack mentioned, we've known each other for about 20 years. I moved to Placer County 22 years ago with my wife, who's also an educator, and my 2 sons, precisely for the schools in Placer County. And the Roseville Joint Union High School District provided me with a professional opportunity. And I've enjoyed all 22 years and thank the Lord for my decision to move up here with my family, because it's been a wonderful experience both professionally and personally, raising 2 boys through the Roseville Joint Union High School District. It's been an honor to serve, and I greatly appreciate this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much, and glad we were able to honor you with this today. Okay, it being 9:15 a.m., we will move to our 9:15 timed item. This is a Public Works and Facilities item. This is the Bay Street Easement Abandonment Valuation, Rivera property in Carnelian Bay. I believe Ken Graham is presenting.
Good morning, Chair, Board members. My name is Ken Graham with the Department of Public Works and Facilities, and today we're asking you to conduct a public hearing to consider abandonment of a portion of Bay Street located adjacent to Lake Tahoe. We're asking you to confirm the county's appraisal of the valuation of the property in question, or to choose a different valuation if you so choose. And then finally, adopt a resolution abandoning a portion of Bay Street contingent on the applicant paying your fair market value for the property. The owners of 5230 North Lake Boulevard have requested the abandonment of a portion of Bay Street. Here are some photos of the property in question. In fact, look, this is the latest photo. Vegetation here is going to be a lot thicker than some of these other photos because the photos are a little bit older. This shows an aerial of the area in question. The Rivera property is, and the area directly in front of it on the lakeside is the portion that's looking to be abandoned. This shows the entire Bay Street easement that we currently have. The area to the left is all public owned by the California Tahoe Conservancy, so that is all public area to the left, as well as the easement area. Here's a picture just looking from the highway down our access way down to the lake. The area, the residence on the left is actually the residence of the property in question. This shows looking at the beach, looking at the area that, although is public, between the pier and some of the vegetation, again, probably doesn't look very inviting, but it is a public area. This shows a photo. This is an older one. You can see the vegetation smaller, showing the beach area in front. That area all the way up to the house is part of the easement area. And this shows another photo looking kind of in a similar direction, but a little bit more on the beach. And then this shows just an overall, just looking at a blow up of that area in question. They are looking to essentially that line on the right, they're looking to extend that line and take over that area that's currently their landscaped area. After numerous discussions, we've determined that the portion requested can be abandoned, but we've been unable to agree on a valuation. The owner is appealing to your board regarding the valuation of the easement today, and they're here to speak on that. It is important to note we have issued an encroachment permit so that the area of their property or their buildings and improvements that are within the easement area, they are legal in terms of our encroachment permit that is allowing that to happen. The applicant and the county have both had appraisals done on the property. Both established similar value for the property, in fact, very similar. The total value for the applicant's appraisal, this is not the value of the easement, the value of the property, though, is $137 per square foot. The county's appraisal is $147 per square foot, virtually the same. Both appraisals, though, differed on the proportional value of the road easement to the total value. The applicant's appraiser determined that the appropriate value was 10% of the value, which is $13.70 a square foot. The county's appraiser determined that it was closer to 60% of the value of the land, or $88 a square foot. Historically, the county has paid 100% of the value for road easements. Lesser easements, like public utility easements, multi-purpose easements, have gone for lesser values. And here are some, we decided to take a look at some history. These are abandonments that have happened in the county. And because we're looking at really the value being the same, we're really focused on that last column, which is the percent of fee, that's proportional value that we determined it was the value of the land or the easement was worth. As you can see, all the highway easements we've done in recent history have all been 100%. We do have some of those other types of easement, public utilities, multi-purpose easements that have gone for as low as 25% of fee. We also decided to take a look at what about acquisitions, where we bought the property instead of selling it. Again, on the highway easements, always 100%. We do have a drainage easement there we got for 50%. There was this, you may be familiar with Brockway Shores, which was a easement we purchased just a couple years ago now that your board was involved in. That's kind of an odd duck. It was appraised as a drainage easement at 10% of value, but it was actually sold at about a third of the value, or $146 per square foot. So bottom line is we're always seeing this idea, this traditional 100% of value for easements. That's regardless of whether we're buying or whether we're selling. The applicant's appraisal lists 9 contributory items, but really doesn't describe or give an example of another easement that went for 10% of the value. The applicant does put forward a legal settlement for the property that occurred next door several years ago. That was in terms of litigation, and there was a settlement that settled a whole host of items. Part of that was also the idea of an exchange of money for the abandonment of an easement, but it settled a host of items. So we don't consider that an arm's length transaction where there was a willing buyer and a willing seller. That was just a settlement for a legal settlement. And then they also offer up a sale from 1977, which we believe is just a little bit too old to be pertinent at this time. So in conclusion, we don't see a future road on this property. We do see that there's public access, and public access at the lake is very limited, and this provides an additional place for that to occur, particularly adjacent to an already area that's owned by the California Tahoe Conservancy. The area also has substantial value to the property owner himself, because having the privacy and buffer for a lakeside property owner has tremendous value according to our appraiser, and I don't think that's really quite being recognized by the applicant's appraisal. We feel the county's appraiser proposed proportion of 60% of land value is more in line with what we've experienced. We feel that we cannot even find a precedent for a 10% value for a road easement that we've participated in, and we haven't been able to obtain one from the applicant either. We do see that if we start establishing 10% as the value of a roadway easement, that will affect future abandonments. In fact, if roadway easements go for 10 cents on the dollar, what would that mean for the PUEs and all these other easements? They would literally go for pennies on the dollar, and that doesn't seem quite right. So we could never obtain a road easement for 10% of the value. We've never have, and I don't think we ever could. They're always going to be 100% or close to 100%. So today we're asking you to confirm the valuation of the 60% of the $147 per square foot for the 1,440 square feet that they're asking for. That comes to a total of $127,000. And then approve the abandonment contingent on the payment of the board-established fair market value within 6 months of your approval. If they don't pay that money within the 6 months, then the abandonment would be considered null and void and be done with. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions. We do have Steve Johnson, who's the county's appraiser here too. So if you have any questions, he's available also to help.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Any questions from any member of my board? Kirk?
Would you jump back one slide? Am I correct in assuming that the reason that we typically see 100% of the value of the highway easements as opposed to these other easements, public utilities, drainage, all the rest, is the potential impact of a highway easement as opposed to a public utility easement?
I think the intent is because the roadways on the surface really prevents the property owner from doing anything with the surface of the land, as opposed to some of these that may be underground easements or just people simply walking across the property.
And also potentially as a homeowner, it might be worth it to me to pay 100% in order to know that I will never have a section of road there as opposed to a public utility easement where on very rare occasion will I have a member of the PG&E or up in Tahoe, the Sierra Nevada folks that provide the power up there.
I think the privacy question would have tremendous value to a lakeside property owner.
And conversely, that's why we pay 100% when we are acquiring road easements, is because the potential impact on the person from which we're acquiring that easement is much greater if there's a highway as opposed to if there's a utility easement or something.
Actually, and when we purchase a property and we were going to buy the road, not only do we pay the 100%, we would normally also pay what's called severance damages, the damages of having a roadway close to their property, which would probably even be that much more.
Having lived through the Auburn-Folsom widening, I'm well aware of exactly that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Duran, Supervisor Holmes?
100% of value. What is the delta between, or what is the percentage compared to the actual value of the property with improvements? Not just the 147. So the value of the property is what?
All right, so the value of the property in total, the appraiser says our appraiser says $147 per square foot. At 60%, it's about $88 per square foot.
I guess I'm talking about the actual home.
The home. I'm sorry. The appraisal of the home, I think it's sold for $3.5 million a couple years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the board before I open it up to the appellant? Okay. I understand there's someone here representing the Riveras, and we agreed that we would give them equal time. So you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Lou Basile, members of the board, and I do represent the Riveras, who are the owners of the property. I would indicate just that last question that was asked, the value of the land, I believe the appraiser estimated to be $2.5 million. We're here basically today to challenge the propriety of the Johnson Perkins appraisal, and I simply wanted to give you a little history in this. I was involved with the immediate neighbor next door who went through a similar procedure back in 2012, and at that time they paid $17.70 a square foot for the appraisal. That's the closest comparable or comparable that we could come up with. Whereas Mr. Graham says that this was a product of litigation, I would differ somewhat because there was underlying litigation, but that litigation had been resolved at least at the trial court level in favor of Placer County. The clients at that time took an appeal, so the underlying litigation was actually resolved. And my recollection, I was involved in that, my recollection was that the reason that we arrived at the figure of $17.70 a square foot was by doing a comparative analysis of similar abandonments, not acquisitions. I think acquisitions are red herring in this particular case, and you really can't take them into consideration because it's a totally separate process. I would inquire, I submitted to the board on August 8th of this year a package which contained excerpts from both appraisals and an analysis. Did the members of the board obtain that or receive that? That really essentially describes what was going on in the previous case and this case. And I'd point out in the previous case, when we arrived at the decision of $17.70 a square foot, Johnson Perkins did an appraisal in that case, which county council basically threw out, maintaining that the appraisal made no sense whatsoever given land values and given methodology in terms of evaluating appraisals. So it simply was not used. At that point in time, the then owners of the land as well as the county reached an agreement and arrived at the $17.70 per square foot evaluation, and that was based upon, like I said, prior appraisals. The problem that we have with the Johnson Perkins appraisal in this instance, as I've mentioned in my written documents, is that there is not one comparable in terms of an abandonment that Johnson Perkins cites in its appraisal. Every single and I won't even call them comparables, but every single instance in which there was an example related to an acquisition, none of the acquisitions had anything to do with streets, roads, or highways. They all had to do with utility easements, and I've set that forth in the written documentation that I provided to the board members. So we find problems with that appraisal for that reason. As you know, Monty Short, the appraisal that my clients had in this case, set forth very concisely, I might add, his reasoning as to why the Johnson Perkins appraisal should be disregarded. More importantly, there wasn't one single transaction that the Johnson Perkins appraisal referenced. It simply referenced the appraiser's conversations with various individuals from various agencies, different governmental agencies, mostly in Nevada, but there isn't one instance in which the Johnson Perkins report sets forth an actual appraisal for an abandonment of an easement from which you could glean any semblance of fair market value. The transaction next door was in 2012. And although Mr. Graham submits that what the landowner in this instance is giving up is the right to have a street or highway in front of its property, I would really say nonsense to that. The particular road, Bay Street, was created as a result of a 1908 subdivision map, which this board accepted in 1951, 43 years later. During that entire time span, there was never a street, a road, a highway, a sidewalk, a walking path, or anything on Bay Street. From 1951 to this date, that has not changed. There has not been ever a street, a highway, road, walking path, or anything on Bay Street. And as a matter of fact, the county, over the years, has abandoned various portions of Bay Street and have made findings of fact that Bay Street is unsuitable for a road, it's unsuitable for a street, a highway, it's unsuitable for a bike path. In fact, the only thing it found any suitability for was a walking path, and that's in the county records over the years. I would also point out that in 2003, Bay Street runs along, if maybe we could get the map showing the Rivera property.
That one?
The bigger one?
Sure.
You can see, thank you, Mr. Graham. You can see the county's Bay Street easement. If you go further to the west, you have the Conservancy property, which the county abandoned to Bay Street and made various findings, like I just reiterated, about its lack of suitability for street, road, or highway purposes. If you go further to the west, you have Sierra Boat Company. A little bit further to the west, you have more Conservancy property. And then finally, you have Garwood's Restaurant, which I believe you're all familiar with. If you go further to the west, Bay Street continued from Garwood's, including all of the Garwood's property, to 13 separate residential properties thereafter, very similar, if not identical, to the Rivera property. And that would be basically cobble, gravel, unsuitable to walk over. Well, you can walk over it, but it's not very pleasant, but certainly unsuitable for street, road, or highway. In 2003, the county sued Garwood's and sued the 13 property owners to the west, claiming that it had an easement in Bay Street for the same purposes that we're here today, except that lawsuit was a little bit more specific and essentially said that the county had the right to maintain an 8-foot wide pathway from the eastern boundary of Garwood's all the way to the western boundary of the 13th property to the west. That case, as it related to the individual property owners, was settled by the county. The county gave up all of Bay Street. The settlement reached was that the property owners would have to agree to maintain in its historical condition whatever pathway existed on their properties from Garwood's 13 lots to the west, which was approximately, maybe 1,200 feet, 1,500 feet, something like that. The first 4 lots kind of had a demarcated pathway. The 5th lot to the west had no pathway whatsoever. The bottom line from this example is that in a similar property, virtually identical to the property that is in front of the Rivera's house, the county gave up all of its rights to Bay Street, and there was no compensation paid.
And Mr. Basile, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. The only other thing that I would speak to in this case is the Riveras, as did all the other property owners, they've already paid for their property. They paid a fee simple price for their property. They knew it was potentially burdened by an easement. They knew what the easement was. They knew what the historical use of the easement was, and that was basically an occasional passerby or walker in front of them. What's important here is this is an abandonment of a portion of Bay Street. All that's being sought here is that the portion of the property that be abandoned goes down to the North Tahoe PUD easement, which is a 15-foot wide easement, which the public has every right to walk on. And then to the south of that, you have an additional portion of Bay Street, which is probably another 20 feet of Bay Street. So there's no public access given up whatsoever. The public has the right to walk up and down the lake, over the Bay Street easement, and more importantly, has the ability to walk between the high water mark and the low water mark under the public trust doctrine. You have approximately 60 feet, including the public trust doctrine area, on which the public can walk up and down to the east and west along the county's remainder of Bay Street after the abandonment was to take place. We feel that the numbers provided to you by Mr. Short in his appraisal are quite accurate, and our clients are willing to pay the exact same price that their neighbor paid 4 years ago, which was the $17.70 a square foot. We feel that's the market value price for all the reasons given, and in particular because of Mr. Short's appraisal.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Any questions for Mr. Basile from our board?
Yeah.
Mr. Euler?
Just out of curiosity, why are your clients seeking the abandonment of the easement in the first place?
This relates to the development of their property. As you can see, if Mr. Graham can maybe point to the very next slide of the property, which shows the boundary lines.
Oh, that one?
Yes. You can see, although the Rivera's own to low water mark, they have a quiet title judgment showing that they own all of the property down to the low water mark. When their property, when the building was first built years ago, you can see that it almost goes right to the property line. That yellow horizontal line just beneath the residence was the then existing property line before the quiet title judgment. For some reason, whoever built that house did not ever receive the right to build within a setback, and portions of the residence, I believe footings, actually extend over onto the Bay Street easement. One of the reasons why they sought to do this was to cure that defect, and that has since been cured through the cooperation with the county. And secondly, you can see all of their lawn area, the shrubbery area, and everything. That sits within the Bay Street easement. Initially, the county felt that that was an encroachment into its easement because they had built all that, cultivated all that, without permission from the county. They seek to cure that by sending that yellow horizontal boundary line down to an area beneath where their cultivation is, which would cure all defects, cure all potential setback violations and what have you, and allow further development of their property. I would indicate to you, by acquiring the abandonment of this easement, it doesn't give the Riveras any more building rights. The entirety of the Bay Street easement lies within the shore zone of Lake Tahoe. There's a 1% building capability within the shore zone. They can't build more than on 1% of that area, which is inconsequential, at least in our view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Duran, Supervisor Holmes? Okay. This is a public hearing. I will now open the public hearing portion of this agenda item for any additional comments, questions from any member of the public. Is there anyone here who wishes to address this agenda item? Is there anyone in Tahoe who wishes to address this agenda item? Well, that's going to be the world's quickest public hearing. I am going to close the public hearing and bring this back to the board. Any questions, concerns from the board before we move forward with taking action?
Madam Chair, I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the staff's recommendation, which is $88 per square foot for this easement. I am just going to make a little bit of comment here before we move to our action. I think it's important that the county stop buying retail and selling wholesale. These are public taxpayer dollars that we use to engage in these activities, and I think we owe it to our taxpayers in Placer County, and I am one of those taxpayers, to use our dollars most efficiently and most effectively. And so those are my only comments. Jerry, you look like you were about to go for something.
I just want to make sure the motion includes the adoption of the resolution abandoning that portion of Bay Street upon payment of the
Right.
agreed, or the fair market value.
So item 2, A, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Correct.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Measure carries. All right. We are not quite yet to our next timed item, so we will move to the auditor's item, Enterprise Resource Planning Project Management, Likey Consulting of Roseville, California. Andrew Sisk presenting.
Good morning, members of the board.
Welcome.
David, Jerry.
Supervisor Holmes, your light is on.
My name is Andy Sisk. I'm the County Auditor Controller. As many of you know, the Auditor Controller is the Chief Accounting Officer of Placer County. Being the Chief Accounting Officer, we need a good system to be able to do all that accounting work. Our office utilizes PASS, the Performance Accounting Series, to provide accounting, budgeting, and financial reporting services to county departments, special districts, joint powers authorities, Sierra College, and Placer County Office of Education. We utilize the Acorn system to process payroll transactions, not only for county departments, but also for 14 special districts. Please keep in mind that this is the back end of the payroll system. The front end of the payroll system is managed by the Human Resources Department, where they initiate the compensation and benefit transactions, as well as maintaining other types of modules we utilize, like performance evaluations and training. As you all know, we've been undergoing this effort for a couple of years, and it's been really the leadership of myself, the Assistant CEO, Andy Heath, and the Executive Steering Committee as we've been really planning for this day. And this is a big day as we embark upon replacing our systems, primarily the accounting system first, because it is critical to what we do as a county, and it is a big project, and it's very exciting because usually when we're talking about big projects, we're talking about capital projects and constructing something. This is something very similar. We're going to be constructing software behind the scenes, making it do what we need to do going forward. We have attended high-level demonstrations from 3 vendors. We have conducted site visits. We actually went out to Sonoma County, looked at the system they were implementing. I've talked to many members of my Auditors Association, my colleagues, many members of the State Controller's Office. We've attended the GFOA conference, looked at demos there with not only the 3 that we saw, but many others that are at this one conference where you can see many, many different things. Why are we doing this? First, PASS is a legacy system. It was implemented back in 1999 as a result of Y2K. PASS is at the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced. It has limited functionality given today's demands. We're not able to do electronic payments. We're not able to implement some of the key things that CEO is looking for in priority-based budgeting. We need more robust reporting going out to all of the users of the system. Talk about the special districts and the JPAs. They need more timely reporting, as well as county departments. And last but not least, it's really not compatible with today's technology. There's also limited integration with other applications in the system. We have many redundant systems. We have too many manual processes that we really need to eliminate. With respect to the Acorn system, there is no doubt the Acorn system does what we want it to do. It produces bi-weekly accurate payroll. That's what you want in a payroll system. But the system does have limited enhanced functionality ever since we went live with it. We've not been able to turn on some of those modules that really will increase operational effectiveness and efficiencies. It's a highly complex system, it's expensive to maintain, and it is poorly received by our department users. One key area that we really are looking at to really try to automate is getting to a place where we're more paperless. And it's tough as an auditor controller to get away from paper because auditors love paper. We like to see things in paper. But we want to move with technology, and the systems we have has that technology available. We need to be able to turn it on. And the critical piece of that is called workflows, so that you can have transactions flow through the system with approval processes in place and eliminate the need to print out actually a paper timesheet that needs to be signed by the employee, countersigned by the supervisor. So why are we here today? We're here today to approve a contract for project management services. When I joined the county in 2003, the county was embarking on a new payroll system, Acorn. I learned some things from that experience, and the one big thing that I thought was critical that we did not have was a project manager. What we did is we had 3 departments that brought managers from their respective departments to kind of co-manage the project from the county's end. We had the system integrator who had a project manager, but you really had nobody in the middle guiding the ship. And that's what we need in this county. It was sorely missed. We need one voice that can manage staff, that can manage the integrators, that can manage key deadlines that are going to, and milestones that we're going to have to achieve as we move through this critical project. The other thing that we didn't have was post-implementation support. And post-implementation support is critical. When we went live with Acorn, all of the people that were on the staff went back to their respective offices and started to assume day-to-day duties again, but there were still things that we did not turn on in the system, And when people got back into their offices and ingrained in going back to day-to-day work, some of those other things we didn't turn on just couldn't happen. And I think if we have a project manager, that project manager will ensure that those things happen throughout the course of the project. We want to move forward with Lucky Consulting Services. We need someone with this type of a caliber and experience. Mr. Lucky prepared the business case report and evaluated the feasibility, business requirements, and costs of replacing not only PASS, but also the Acorn system. And when I talk about replacing the Acorn system, it's either replacing it or enhancing it and turning on some of that functionality that we're not currently utilizing. Lucky Consulting has done 27 different ERP implementations across the state, all public sector. He's been at Sonoma County for 3 straight years and is winding up his post-implementation support services there at Sonoma County, where they implemented Oracle Financials. He has worked with multiple software vendors and integrators, and according to Mr. Lucky, he's the best in the state. And I believe Mr. Lucky, and as a well-trained auditor, I like to corroborate those type of statements. And when we had those 3 vendors come in, and they did their demos, and at the end of each of those demos, each of those vendors asked, who will be your project manager? Have you started to think about that? And we said, yes, we're looking at Lucky Consulting. Ooh, lots of oohs and ahs. They felt like we are making a great choice for this county. Last but not least, he's a CPA. And why not have a CPA on board that really understands the functional side of the house and can understand when I'm talking CPA language with him and talking about receivables and inventory and labor distribution, he understands what all that means. I think we're very fortunate to be able to hire Mr. Lucky as part of this endeavor. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the first part of my presentation.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Euler.
Is Mr. Leckie here?
I do not believe Mr. Lucky's here. He's probably at Sonoma County.
I wanted to confirm that he thought he was the best. I was prepared to hear a dissenting opinion. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Any member of the audience wish to comment or question on this? Okay, seeing none. Andy, is there more from you?
Yes, I could maybe finish up, and then you guys can
All
take
right.
both of those items. The second part of the Auditor Controller's package today is the approval of moving forward with the lease at 1000 Sunset Avenue. As you know, when we endeavor with this type of a project, we need to form a project team. The project team will consist of multiple county department staff, as well as the system integrator will also be bringing staff on board. So you need a project site that's going to be able to house at least 20 people at any given time. It needs to have a conference room, break room, all the different amenities that we need for these type of projects. When we went for the Acorn project, we had a project site that I felt like was in a dungeon. And that's just my opinion. But it had no windows. It was very dark. And I think we need something for the project team to really lighten up the atmosphere. And this facility is state-of-the-art, has all the technology we need. It's located down in South Placer, where a lot of our project team will probably be that live and reside down in that area, so it'll be a short distance for them. And most importantly, we wanted to keep the project team away from their offices. Not that we don't want them to talk to their offices once they get on the project, but staff have a tendency to want to go back and do their day-to-day work. And we prefer them to be far away from their day-to-day work, especially the people that are coming from my office. I'd rather have them down in South Placer than close to my building on Richardson Drive in the DeWitt Center. So with that, I would seek the board's approval to enter into this project lease and authorize the Facility Services Department to move forward with the terms that are outlined in the board memo.
Questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Holmes?
How can I say no? There's no lack of enthusiasm on your part about this project. And I appreciate you meeting with me and explaining this in a little more detail. And so I'm happy to move forward with this, and I'll make a motion to approve item 7A and 7B.
Do these need to be 2 separate actions?
We do it in separate actions.
Oh, okay.
Okay, could
Can I
we do
make a
one and
motion
then
to
the other, please?
Move item 7A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second.
A question.
7A.
In regard to the referenced lease, where, I apologize, I'm not seeing documentation regarding the reference lease. And I didn't see it in the summary, maybe I misread. Is the lease amount included in the amount being requested, the 1.278 million?
Yes.
No, it's the next item.
It's the next item.
Yeah, it's
Oh, B, okay.
B.
I'm
Two items.
focused solely on A. Thank you, all right, yeah. That helps.
we good? We can move forward with that?
Yeah, no, I was
first
focused
item?
solely on A1 and 2, thinking I don't see any lease-related conversation in there. All right, thank you, much
Right.
better.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, Supervisor Holmes.
And I'll move item 7B as well.
Second.
Lease agreement.
Any questions on that, Supervisor Euler?
Nope,
Got it?
got it.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, my only question is, I understand wanting to make sure that these employees are fully committed to this project. What happens to what you described as day-to-day work?
Well, currently, good question. We're currently working on a project backfill plan. The next step in the process is the RFP should be hitting the streets by October 12th. It'll be about a 6-week process. It will allow the vendors to respond. And I would expect that early next year, we'll be bringing back to your board the selection of who we went with in terms of the software provider. And then at that time, we'll also bring to your board the project backfill plan for the pass and the Acorn side of the house, depending on the type of work we need to really do on the payroll side.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any last question, comment from the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move to our 9:45 timed item. This is Community Development Resource Agency. We'll be receiving a presentation on the Sunset Area Plan update and providing direction to staff on the planned use alternative. The preferred land use alternative. English is my second language today.
Good morning, Supervisor Montgomery and members of the board. My name is Sherry Conway, Supervising Planner with the Planning Services Division. As you know, in 2014, your board affirmed its commitment to facilitating economic development in the Sunset area to conduct, as part of this update, a comprehensive economic market analysis that would serve to inform resulting land use alternatives. This analysis is now complete. And it has allowed for us to provide a glimpse and inclusive understanding of all the internal and external factors impacting development potential in the Sunset area. I want to just back up real brief for you. What we did was conduct a comprehensive existing conditions report. So in other words, we did a deep dive into what is Sunset currently today, a background report, which I believe you all have had copies of and time to review. From there, we did do a very thorough economic market analysis, which was able to help us understand why Sunset for the past 40 or so years has more or less failed to achieve its potential. Finally, we put some of those findings together and brought forward an opportunities and constraints report, which focused on key issues with policy implications. Before you today represents a number of those findings, and I want to briefly review some of the things that we learned from those three efforts. There's an overall lack of identity out in the Sunset area. It makes it difficult for potential employers to identify with any clear character or theme. We know that there is an expanded employment base in and around the Sunset area, giving us the opportunity to leverage some excellent and skilled labor force. Proactive development. We understood from our reports that in order to accomplish the ambitious economic development objectives, the county will need to establish some pretty aggressive policies and programs to help facilitate the conditions that are necessary to achieve our goals. Development demand, the market study estimates that the Sunset area could capture a significant amount of acreage over the next 20 years. Availability of land. With regard to the Sunset area at over 8,100 acres, we have roughly fewer than 10 ownership entities which gives us a wonderful opportunity to work with those ownership groups to move something very special forward. We also identified a number of incompatible uses that exist out there today, and that's important to recognize because as we move forward with creating a new brand and a new vision for the Sunset area, we want to minimize potential land use conflicts. And then finally, no surprise to any of us, there's an overall lack of critical backbone infrastructure required and necessary to serve a potential economic incubator. So we took a lot of these findings and we threw together some colors on a map. And before we brought forward any more colors on a map, it was really important that we reach out to the key property owners. As I said, we've got roughly 10 ownership groups comprising the vast majority. And we sat down with the property owners. We laid out the findings of our reports and our studies and our analysis. And we also learned a lot from those property owner groups. So we received a number of suggestions from those property owner meetings, and then we revised the map accordingly. So the map that I present to you today is a draft land use diagram of the Sunset area that includes the Placer Ranch specific plan area, which my colleague Michelle Kingsbury will speak to in a moment. I'd like to delve into some of these designations. I also want to introduce my colleague Bob Lagramorsino from Mintier Harnish, the lead project manager, who's been helping our team here internally put together this draft land use plan and diagram before you today. So essentially, we move into, I want to keep the map up, but I want to just bring to your attention a couple of the key land use categories that we are suggesting are appropriate for the new and improved Sunset area. General commercial, real quick, is essentially what it says, serving the traveling public, more or less a limited area, right expressed in the red at the interchange of the Sunset Boulevard and Highway 65 interchange. Something brand new that we're calling the Entertainment Mixed Use District. This designation provides for entertainment-oriented uses intended to draw visitors and customers from beyond South Placer County. A brand new land use designation, currently not something that exists in our county's general plan. Moving forward, I want to go back and show you that designation is expressed by the lavender, the darker purple, in the area of the Thunder Valley Resort Casino.
Pink?
It's pink. Yes, it's pink.
Mauve, says Jim.
Mauve. It's mauve. Oops. No, I've killed it. Yeah, it's up there on the Athens Avenue area. Just to the east of Industrial Avenue, you see a small section of blue, and again, another section of blue down on Sunset. We've identified this as a business park designation, and that would allow for all types of employee-intensive uses, professional uses, as well as some manufacturing light assembly uses. Moving forward, I'd like to bring to your attention something brand new as well, and we are calling it tentatively the Innovation Center District. And this designation would accommodate a mix of industry clusters, along with a mix of small and large operations in an amenity-rich setting. So think a campus, a corporate campus like a Google that's got a number of amenities for the folks that would be employed there. And going back, I hate to flip back and forth, that is the lavender. Yes. Got it. And that represents just under 400 acres. So it's not a small area that we've identified for that opportunity. Moving forward, just to the west, you'll see what would you call it? It's green. In that area, we are tentatively deeming as our eco-industrial district, and those properties are held in their entirety by the West Placer Waste Management Authority. So in other words, the landfill and all of the properties that surround the landfill. And the vision there is to provide an opportunity for manufacturing uses that would focus on really special integrated waste to energy alternatives, enhanced recovery of materials such as those already going on at the MRF, a number of solid waste related research and development opportunities in conjunction with the already operating landfill and associated uses that are out there today. So we'd really see that as an opportunity to provide partnership opportunities for businesses, for example, that might be interested in using end products that are generated from the MRF and its associated operations. And then moving further to the west, hopefully I'm not going ahead of myself here, we have an area that's, I would say, suede. I don't know why these colors are so unique. And that area tentatively has been represented as being urban reserve. And so our data and our analysis acknowledge that there would be opportunities for development in that western part of Sunset over the years as demand increased and as infrastructure was available to it. Some other notable areas which I've glossed over is the area to the north, which is that olive green. We've designated as mitigation reserve. Most of those properties are currently held or are in the process of being converted to mitigation banks for the county. And so those areas would not likely ever to be developed. And I want to make sure I haven't glossed over. Public facilities represents a very small aqua-colored square there just to the east of industrial. And I want to also talk a little bit about some of the development assumptions. We arrived at a lot of these designations, like I said, from the analysis that our consultants really spent the last year engaged in. We also really respected the input that we received from a number of the property owners. And like I said, we went back and changed the map and are continuing to engage in dialogue with several of the property owners who are interested, engaged, and motivated in developing their properties. So as I bring this forward to you today as a draft, recognizing that we still are actively having a conversation with several property owners who are interested in positioning their properties for success in the future. This table, while hard to read, really gives you an idea of, based upon these land use designations, how they sort of spread out in terms of what are the developable acreages given the environmental constraints on some of the parcels, what the ideal FARs, those floor area ratios, are likely to be, and how that may translate to the number of jobs ultimately throughout that 20-year planning horizon. I also want to point out that in our world, in the world of planning, we develop area plans and general plans that have a 20-year planning window. One of the great assets that we have out in the Sunset area is that we've got adequate acreage to take us probably for 2 horizons. In other words, 2 20-year planning horizons. And our data suggests that the absorption rate through the 20-year period probably won't even take us to halfway through the available developable acreage that you see. So that's a good thing. That means that likely for the next 40 to 50 years, we will have the capacity to land some really key end users that will continue to add jobs to our county and add economic growth to our region. Let me get back to my... So before we go forward, I'd like to address any questions the board may have. What I'd like to do is hand it off to Michelle so she could detail the Placer Ranch specific plan, land use plan, and then I'll bring it back to walk you through what our next steps are as we embark upon a very robust public outreach period that will follow your board's input and direction today. We did receive input from our Planning Commission just last Thursday, so that is also reflected in what's before you today. We'd like to engage the public over the coming weeks through a series of meetings and workshops and get more and more and more weigh-in so that ultimately, as the area plan becomes an assembled document, it's really reflective of a lot of opinions, a lot of data, and a lot of research. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that your board may have.
I think we may have a question before you turn it over to Michelle. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, if you would go back to your beautifully colored land use diagram with the mauve, and there you go. So looking at this, you've described the various land uses that you're talking about for the SIA outside of those which are proposed in the specific plan. of the Placer Ranch project. In your description of those potential land uses, as well as what I've read in the staff report, none of those potential land uses contemplate incorporation of any kind of real employee housing, be it condo, apartment type opportunities, high density housing. If we're looking at campus opportunities for major employers, should we not also speak to the need for and availability of employee-related housing, higher density housing in this area as a suitable use? Did I overlook something, or when we describe these land uses, were we not addressing that? And I would raise that, I guess, kind of in the context of having this map, which has the specific land uses being proposed in the Placer Ranch, and I'm struck by how much of the Placer Ranch is proposed as residential, not in a bad way, simply in recognition of how the market works, that you're not going to drop that much land use that does not have a residential component at all into that big a chunk of dirt. So what are we doing to anticipate that we will have future housing needs out there and not create an obstacle for future applicants as they come in?
It's something that we certainly are interested and willing to look at per your board's direction. Historically, as you know, the Sunset Industrial Area has precluded residence as a land use category, partially given our general plan policy. With all of this visioning changing and the opportunities to bring forward something very special in the terms of what Placer Ranch may bring forward, I think that is absolutely open to discussion. The vision really was to create a robust job center outside of Placer Ranch that the existing residential populations in the neighboring jurisdictions could take advantage of to reduce their out commute. As we know, going anywhere southbound and eastbound on 80 these days is a challenge in of itself. So the goal was really to provide job opportunities for some of the current and existing residential population, but of course we'd be able to entertain whatever the board's desire is with regard to incorporating residential land uses outside of the Placer Ranch specific plan area.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity here to receive proposals that are creative and imaginative in terms of how they incorporate life work opportunities in campus style formats. When you, as you identified, we are dealing with a fairly de minimis total number of property owners, some of them with larger holdings that could provide for some really exciting opportunities, people coming in. And so I would hate for us to have codified something that puts us in a position where we immediately have to turn around and change it if somebody says we're providing a corporate campus environment and we want to have a housing element to support that corporate, and now we have to go through a process of changing our plan that we just adopted. Along those lines, I believe you was it beige you referred to?
Suede.
Beige, okay.
Suede.
Oh, suede, I'm sorry, thank you, the suede. The urban reserve designation. I'm not comfortable necessarily moving forward with a generic urban reserve designation solely because I don't believe it allows for us to adequately plan for appropriate right sizing of infrastructure. I think we need a better understanding of what a use out there might be. Those of us that have been involved for 10 years now with the PCCP know that we have fought very hard actually for this particular piece of ground that we refer to as the 962, half of it in the Sunset Industrial Area, essentially half of it out. As a matter of fact, one of the things that we need to address is how that line kind of bifurcates one of the three parcels that make up the 962. We fought very hard to make sure that 962 was out of the purple. The regulatory agencies had originally kind of put it in purple. We said, no, this makes far more sense, not just given its proximity to Placer Ranch, the Brookfield or Amarusa Ranch project, as well as the fact that it then borders existing, what's the term that we use when something's been carved up? Warren used to throw the term out, and I can't remember it. Anyway, the fractionalized landscape. So from a resource standpoint, we argued strongly it didn't make a whole lot of sense. Plus, we argued that this was going to be a key piece in the continuation of our infrastructure from east to west. Having said that, I think I would like to see us view all of that stuff north of the Parkway, everything that isn't essentially in the specific plan. I would like to have us view that more the way the county for 20 years now has kind of viewed the Vineyards project. We have a large project that will have a multitude of land uses associated with it. We're not going to pick winners and losers in terms of who goes forward first. You happen to have a landowner with significant resources who owns the property to the west. He might be a catalyst for the development of the stuff in the middle if he comes forward with a project out there in the west that is creative and innovative that the board gets excited about, and he's in a position where, based on that project, he can front load some of that infrastructure expansion. So let's not preclude those kinds of fun market opportunities that could be presented to this board. And I think that, unfortunately, that's what that urban reserve designation does. It just leaves it kind of in limbo. And so I'd like to see us kind of manage away from that towards something that might be more enticing to future investment. Those are my comments, questions, or all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Jack, Jim, any comments, questions on this?
What Kirk is envisioning for that piece sounds reasonable. You know, I don't think we need to make it more difficult to develop a parcel if something comes along that we do appreciate, or something comes, you know, before something else. So the more we can add a level of flexibility to what we do out there, I think the better.
Thank you. Just before we move to Michelle, I want to just second a couple of things that Supervisor Euler said. I did read through this and I was like, where's our housing? We all recognize that we have an incredible housing shortage in Placer County, particularly affordable and workforce housing. I think this is an incredible opportunity to start doing some planning to remedy that. I'm not suggesting we go build right there, right now, because there's no backbone infrastructure. But, I am suggesting that we really do make part of the Sunset Industrial Area this vision for how we create housing so that people can afford to live and work in all these fabulous new places that they might be able to get jobs. So thank you, Supervisor Euler, very much for bringing that forward. I, too, was a little bit unclear on this urban reserve area. I mean, I did go take a look at the PCCP map, and it was pretty clear that this was intended for development under the PCCP vision. And so my feelings would just be, however we do move forward with this, ultimately, let's make sure that we have all the backbone infrastructure necessary for whatever does end up there at the end of the day, recognizing that that has been our vision, that would get developed as part of the larger conservation development vision of the PCCP. So I think those are my only comments, and then I'm looking forward to hearing what Michelle has to say. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, I just appreciate the conversation. I actually had that highlighted on under the staff report, but since Supervisor Euler so eloquently expressed part of my concerns.
And at length.
At length, and colorfully.
That's part of the eloquence.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So anyhow, I agree with what you were saying. Just want to let that out to the record.
I did have one final comment. I would hope that you would go back and talk to those folks that are the landholders. I know there may be one or two in the audience today. If they have ideas, potential land designations, please bring them forward to planning and let us take a look at those.
Absolutely. And just as one final note, staff has been and continues to be having dialogue with one property owner in specifically. And you're right, Supervisor Euler, for reasons that no one, not Lauren Clark, not anyone, including my Supervisor Paul Thompson, can tell me, the Sunset Industrial area boundary along the western most slope of the Swage does bisect a property. It cuts it right in half. And it's always been that way, and I think probably for 40 years it was a non-issue because it was designated as ag. And, essentially the split zoning, if you will, wasn't a problem. But certainly as part of this plan update, the property owner has brought to our attention the fact that it has historically been bifurcated. And if we could correct that and in addition include an additional parcel so that all of their holdings were reflected in this area plan update, that is something that staff has understood, and a request from that property owner to explore some alternative land use designations that would position them potentially to do something very spectacular on that 960 acres as well.
Thank you. That was the other thing. Not only does the line as it is today kind of bisect one of the three parcels that make up the 962, but then it leaves the westernmost parcel just kind of hanging out there in no man's land, because again you have, I believe it's Toad Hill Estates to the west. You have Toad Hill Estates already cut up, and then to the north, doesn't Lincoln's sphere of influence drop down right there?
Yes, it does.
So we have one little 200-acre piece just sitting there with no particular identity. Right. So we might want to figure out how we maybe adjust the boundary of our plan.
It's a good housekeeping item, and as I said, I did some research also on the PCCP. I thought perhaps that was purple, and that's why it was left out.
No.
But from the beginning of time, I could find no rationale as to why this parcel was bisected and why the additional parcel to the west was not included. So we'd like to clean that up with this area plan update. And thank you for your.
I'll go back. Good morning, Michelle Kingsbury with the CEO's office. I'm the other half of the dynamic duo that represents the Sunset Area update. I'm the project manager as well for the Placer Ranch specific plan portion of this update. So I'm going to switch back. I'll spend some time focusing on the other colors of the map as we were running out of crayons in our crayon box. So we're playing off a lot of different colors, but I'll spend some time just walking you through. This is the proposed Placer Ranch specific plan land uses. It's approximately a little over 5,800 residential units, as well as non-university related, non-residential of about 6.3 million square feet of those more commercial R&D industrial flex uses. So if you notice on the map, I'll spend a little time walking you through it. The light yellow represents kind of your more traditional low-density residential uses, which are meant to blend with the existing neighborhoods that are from the southern boundary in Roseville. Placer Ranch shares a 3-mile border right here with the city of Roseville, as well as the northernmost boundary is the Placer Parkway. To the western side is the proposed Amoruso Ranch specific plan that is proposed for annexation within the city of Roseville, and that contains as well a mix of similar types of uses. And over here to the east is the more proper kind of industrial area of the Sunset plan. As Sherry mentioned, through the urban reserve, the landfill areas here, as well as the, I think this is the Innovation Center, and over at this side would be your entertainment mixed use adjacent to the Thunder Valley Casino and Resort. The types of uses proposed with Placer Ranch are meant to complement and play off as well both the adjacent uses as well as kind of playing off the strengths of the Sunset Area Plan while not cannibalizing or trying not to compete with each other as well. In this lavender or light purple area is what we call our campus park, a land use designation. It's meant to be quite flexible, and it plays off where in the Sunset area you have this compilation of a lot of large holdings of property. You can carve these up into some smaller types of uses that complement the larger uses. So if you have maybe a 1 or 2 buildings that are needed versus a large campus, this would be an ideal location for that. It's also meant to complement, and I'll get into a little bit later, the university uses. So it could have both professional, R&D, industrial, light industrial types of uses, as well as commercial. It's really meant to be flexible, play off the interchanges as well. And it's as I mentioned, the non-residential uses are approximately over 6 million square feet. So we've got, while a lot of square footage, it can be parceled out into many different combinations that enhance the Sunset area. Over in this area, right here, is proposed an approximate 720 720 residential unit active adult neighborhood that would have a recreation center and would be quite a complement to the different types of varying ages that could potentially reside in the Placer Ranch specific plan. On this kind of western side is your more traditional neighborhood areas. We have an elementary school proposed here, a middle school proposed here with 8 different parks that are dispersed throughout the plan area that don't include the university itself, which is, as you're well aware, if, anytime you visited Sac State, it's a park-like, campus-like setting that's pretty much open to the public that would complement and enhance this specific plan area. Over here, we've got what we call our University Town Center, which is really a vibrant, more high-density residential, more mixed-use types of uses that could be in there that complement both maybe a ground floor commercial with an upper floor residential. Could provide for your off-campus housing, your faculty if they don't want to live on campus. It's meant to be this very vibrant center, and I'll get into a little bit more in the slides, some schematics of what we've kind of envisioned this area for. And then we have medium density residential here. This provides for a unique opportunity for a little bit higher density neighborhood that would play off both the existing open space area and as well as kind of bringing in those industrial themes and really enhancing or embracing what we've got out there, making for these unique communities. I think I'll throw it a little bit more. As I mentioned, the residential uses proposed for Placer Ranch specific plan are over 5,800, ranging anywhere from your low density residential, which anywhere up to 7 units per acre, to your high density residential, which would be approximately 30 units per acre, and those are largely centered within that university core. As I mentioned, schools, we have the elementary school and middle school proposed, as well as a comprehensive both park and open space acreage that is proposed that follows those natural features that are out there. We have public, quasi-public uses, which include both, recycled water, and other type of corporation yard and things like those types of public uses. These are some illustrations of what we envisioned for our campus park. There could be these types of buildings for the commercial or R&D type of flex office buildings. Let me get right into here. This is our University Town Center schematic. And so if you notice here, this could be quite a robust lifestyle center here. It's meant to play off the university, have that energy, the building orientation, focused more toward the street to create a real vibrant neighborhood. It would be our more higher density residential that would be located here. This is a proposed bike and trail plan. It doesn't quite highlight all the trail and bike plans as we have stuff proposed adjacent to the roadway infrastructure, but this is really meant to highlight this core ring that surrounds the university, as well as we're playing off and making sure we have connectivity to our schools, our large parks, our open space areas, as well as the adjacent specific plan and tying into the existing trail networks that are out in this area as well. In terms of our cornerstone or highlight for this specific plan is the proposed satellite campus of Sacramento State. This site is envisioned ultimately to be similar in scale, I would say, to the existing Sac State campus with approximately a full build-out of 30,000 students, which would include a Sierra College transfer center of approximately 5,000 students. And if you can envision going to Sierra College on this campus, you can complete your undergrad, transfer into Sac State, and complete your 4-year college, hopefully, 4 to 5 year college duration on one campus. So you really can potentially get that whole, one campus type of focus in completing your higher education. The landowner, it will be donating the entire campus of over 300 acres to the Sac State system. And really it's going to energize and create a unique opportunity playing off the Warwick University as well as William Jessup University, which is not too far located from there, and with Sierra College as our cornerstone of our undergrad or 2-year type of education component, where we have this unique opportunity with both the housing, the large-scale campus-like commercial, and this university to anchor the Sunset area and get that backbone infrastructure in and really create a job center and a livable center where we can live, work, and play all in one area. This is a schematic drawing of what the pedestrian central spine of the satellite campus could be. As you're well aware, in any college experience, the juxtaposition of both your pedestrian and bicyclist sometimes doesn't go quite well. And Sac State has on its existing campus a central spine that is more walkable with no bicycles, and we envision this to be replicated on this campus as well. This is a lot of detail, but basically this summarizes the land use components, the various acreages, as well as the types of residential units that we are looking for. This project proposes a land dedication including right-of-way, open space, the Sac State campus, as well as Placer Parkway. Of over 40% of the land area will be those non-residential, non-commercial public dedications. And so it's got a significant amount of kind of, I don't want to say the word non-usable, but that type of acreage where you don't get the return, but you get the value in terms of your lifestyle. Other items I did want to mention as well, the staff is working quite diligently, updating technical studies. We're working on the specific plan as well as the area plan document. There are other things we're working on too to really bring forward the Sunset Area Plan update to fruition. One of those is including Placer Parkway. This is just a schematic drawing or a visual drawing of what that first leg would be. And I do want to highlight back in July, we came forward with an MOU with the property owner that outlined our roles and responsibilities and expectations for the processing of this specific plan. And one of those components was the landowner's willingness to dedicate the right-of-way for Phase 1 of Placer Parkway during this process, and that represents over 21 acres that could be dedicated toward this project to bring it toward fruition sooner versus later as we're working through the specific plan deadlines. As I mentioned, we are updating technical studies as I speak, with hopefully those coming in the first submittal forms shortly. We are updating our specific plan document, hoping to get that ready sometime in October for submittal to staff. And so we are proceeding forward with a very fast and quick pace for the specific plan area plan. Sherry will dive into a little bit more our overall project schedule. We're hoping to have scoping meetings for our notice of preparation coming early November and getting that first step of that notice of preparation out for the beginning of the environmental document shortly. With that, I know it was quick, but I'm certainly available to answer any questions, as well as representatives from McKay and Somps, who are our project engineers for this project, and the property owner representative is here as well to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, I'll start with Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Michelle. I just need a clarification.
Sure.
I think you said that the property owner was going to donate the entire campus. Was he going to donate the entire campus or the entire campus site?
The campus site is over 300 acres.
Just the land?
The land,
Correct.
not the buildings.
That's what I thought.
Sorry.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, as I'm looking at the land uses that are proposed on not just Placer Ranch, but what we discussed earlier north of the Parkway, the one thing that strikes me, and I'd like staff to take a look at, is are we maximizing the revenue capture opportunities associated with the interchanges, given the fact that we're looking at identifying locations for corporate campuses, a lot of associated travel with that in support of those businesses and all the rest. Right now, the interchanges to the north, the property to the north, we have one area that seems to be designated kind of for that use, but that's it. And so if we have the kinds of businesses located in our Sunset Industrial area that we would like to have, you will have a lot of transient occupancy demand in that area. How do we maximize our revenue capture potential with the transient occupancy tax opportunities, as well as associated sales tax opportunities from support businesses, your restaurants, those kinds of things that are typically attendant with that? And I just don't, I'm not seeing those land use designations reflected as much as I think we will ultimately need. And that will be key for the corporate campuses looking to locate here. They're going to want to make sure that their employees that are traveling in have places to stay that are approximate to their campuses. And so I think we have great potential where Fitment comes down, and we happen to have a joint powers authority that owns both sides of that interchange right there. We have tremendous opportunity there. But I would also, think that our folks at Placer Ranch might want to look at what they have on those interchanges and see, does some more of that kind of a use make a little more sense?
I'll clarify a bit, and I may not have articulated it very well. Within that lavender or light purple campus park district, it's really meant to be flexible to play off those interchanges. And if a corporate campus comes, kind of more of a comprehensive plan, so we don't box ourselves in. So it could be a combination of retail, commercial, professional. It's meant to be
highway commercial uses.
It's meant to be quite flexible.
Okay,
is the envision, and then complementing that would be, what Sherry mentioned, is the entertainment mixed use as well. So you see that pink around the foothill, the first interchange here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sherry. But this is all meant to be flexible, but also to adjust over time based upon what the market needs are, but taking advantage, as you mentioned, those interchanges and potential opportunities that are there.
Okay. So I needn't be concerned that what we're used to seeing under our community plans is a commercial designation in which we can locate hotels and things like that. You have incorporated it into that kind of that campus park.
That's the vision. Is really to make it flexible, but not cannibalize against our university town center here. And so we're looking at those definitions and opportunities as well as with Sunset to make sure we position ourselves. But flexible, I think, is the key.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the university town center needs to be sized to accommodate the campus population, not just of those residents there, but those that come in on a daily basis, have service demands on that daily basis. I'm looking at how do we capitalize on that transient population. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any member of the public have any questions or comments on this? We have one. I'm sorry, Michelle, were you not done?
No, well, I was going to turn it back over to Sherry to conclude the presentation.
Okay, I'll let Sherry conclude the presentation, and then I'll open it up to the public. Thank you. Jumped the gun. I apologize to the public.
So just briefly to circle back, timing. This is a very complex, comprehensive, complicated, I think I hit all 3 C's, effort. Typically, we haven't seen a whole lot of community plan concurrent with specific plan efforts. It's a wonderful challenge, and to that end, staff is working, our teams are working pretty much around the clock. I talk to Michelle in the evening often. We hope to have a notice of preparation on the streets within the next week or 2. And that is, of course, a grand signal that we are going to initiate our CEQA, our environmental review process. As I mentioned earlier, our next step, depending on our input received today from your board, will be to get out and really vet this more with the public in our neighboring jurisdictions. From there, our consultants and our 2 teams, we've got 2 complete, robust sets of consultant teams, will be working to actually assemble the area plan, the draft specific plan, and we will be providing updates to your board in the coming months. Concurrent to those efforts, of course, our team is preparing a very robust design vision plan because, as you know, what we found is that Sunset lacks an identity, so we're going to embark on the vision plan, which will include standards for development and landscape design guidelines and so forth, which will really define what the new Sunset looks like. And then finally, as we receive the details of the technical studies from the Placer Ranch team, we begin to formulate our capital improvement plan and our finance strategy, and so that it all comes together in the coming months, and we'll be back periodically to check in with your board. So thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Any members of the public, please come forward. If you would identify yourself for the clerk, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Will Taylor. I'm from Placer Independent Resource Services. And I wanted to thank all of you for looking forward and planning smart for the future in the Sunset Industrial Area. I want to especially thank Supervisor Euler and Montgomery for bringing up the need for housing in this area. If we're going to expand opportunities for employers, we need to expand opportunities for people to live there, especially people who are in the service industries doing retail, who may not be earning the high dollars, but providing key services and key work for supporting that in that area. So not only the needs of workforce housing, but we need to look at the expanding senior population and the ways in which seniors age into disability. So seniors who are on fixed incomes, people with disabilities, need to be able to live, afford to live in this area as well. So thank you for looking ahead and planning smart.
Thank you, Will.
I'll go fast. Veronica Blake, CEO at Placer Community Foundation. In the past, some of us have been criticized for not bringing up the need for affordable housing earlier in the development process, so that's why I'm here today. And I was certainly relieved and actually very pleased to hear all of you provide staff with direction to look at that. And I'd just add that there's no doubt that this plan will be really great for our community. It'll create more jobs and more economic prosperity. But we're also going to need a good mix of housing, including market rate multifamily housing for both low-income and middle-income families, both rental and purchase. Thanks so much, and we're looking forward to being part of the process.
Thank you, Veronica. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this? Yes, please come forward.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Members of the board, George Phillips here on behalf of Placer Ranch. Just a couple of suggestions, perhaps, on some of the discussion this morning on some of the land use designations. One is to again, thank the board for initiating the Placer Ranch component piece to the area plan update in April. Again, thank you for that. Two, really to acknowledge, although I know that Sherry and Michelle in their presentations, the substance is there, but this effort truly is a game changer for all of South Placer. This project, meaning the area plan and Placer Ranch, is going to change the economic outlook for South Placer County for generations. This is the biggest decision, hopefully, that the board will have in a positive way for a very long time. So, again, congratulations for taking that step. The other part, the third thing I wanted to mention was there is hope that the NOP would be on the street soon. Some of the modifications that the board's talked about this morning could have an effect on that. One suggestion I would make is that the idea of internalization of trips, adding residential, it makes sense. There are ways to expedite that from an environmental standpoint without refinements down to the 500-foot level versus 30,000 feet. And that is identifying those districts that your staff has identified already and modifying the urban reserve designation if need be, and then talking about a percentage of residential that could go in those districts, so that, again, respecting whatever ultimate landfill setback issue you would have within the larger plan area. So what I mean by that is you could have your entertainment district have a certain percentage of residential, the urban reserve area a percentage of residential, and then in your mix for traffic analysis, demands on water, sewer, drainage, those calculations can be made relatively quickly without necessarily going down to 500 feet in each of those districts and identifying where those specific uses would go. So just in a thought on how to work through adjustments that I sense you're thinking of giving direction on today, where the velocity that we're experiencing doesn't really have to slow down, and it can be incorporated and accomplished what you'd like to accomplish. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, Madam Chair, while we still have Mr. Phillips up here, your point's well taken. I was not looking at staff being able to provide us with a level of specificity of like a specific plan like the ranch in terms of where residential would be, but more, I think it's important that we have board acknowledgement of that it is the board's understanding, in fact, our policy, that we want these various land uses, once we've done away, for instance, with the urban reserve and replace it with whatever's coming in there, our eco-industrial, we want that there to be a board policy associated with it that says that while this is identified as our job center in order to strike a good jobs housing balance, we expect to see proposals that will include some component of residential along with this. So not drawing little, smaller boxes on the map, but simply saying by policy we will accept and would encourage a jobs housing balance type of an element associated with these proposals.
And again, that I think what also your staff has found in the research that they've done is the market today really demands that. For large corporate uses,
right.
They want all proximate land uses, including residential. The days of segregated land uses and commuting and all of that is really not where the future lies. So I think that percentage approach from 30,000 feet makes a whole lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay. Any other comments from the public?
Hello, board. Steve Lamb, Cartwright Engineers. I just wanted to extend to staff. We're currently working on a feasibility study for 424 Cincinnati. And in that study, we're doing some environmental studies, phase 1 studies. I wanted to reach out. If any of those studies are available to staff, we can make those available to help this process.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wish to comment on this? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Yes, Paul.
I do have one comment just regarding the placer rescue mission. We've been looking at ways that we could help facilitate that on that piece of property, and through the area plan update, we'll be looking at how we can do that.
Excellent. That's very good news. Thank you. Anyone else on the board have any other comments or questions on this?
Yeah, I guess just more a general acknowledgement. I mean, the board has obviously hit you with a number of different comments today. While we have clearly made processing this project a priority, again, back to alliterations, you had the C's, I got the P's. We've just made a number of suggestions that might affect the timing on the notice of preparation and sending that out. It's my opinion that it's important to have that NOP right and not necessarily on the street within a week, but reflective of the board comments that you heard today, and then let's get it out and get it. But I suspect you can be expeditious in that.
Okay, thank you. This was just an update and an opportunity for us to provide direction to staff. Do you have everything you think you need? Okay, excellent. In that case, good job, team, exactly. In that case, we will move on to our 10 o'clock timed item. We're only 45 minutes behind schedule. That's okay. This is a county update with the discussion regarding establishing a sister county in Nanping County, China. And Paul Griffith is presenting with the assistance of Mr. Mike Holmes. Do I what? I do.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Paul Griffith, Economic Development. We're here today to discuss the status of exploring a sister city relationship with Nanping, China. There are 3 items for your board to consider. The first is receive a presentation about the Placer County delegation trip to Nanping in June. The second, authorize further exploring of a sister cities relationship, including joining Sister Cities International. And the third, authorizing the county executive officer to enter into professional service contracts, including consultant services to help organize, implement the Sister Cities agreements, and host a delegation from Nanping. In May of this year, your board adopted a resolution supporting a trip by a Placer County delegation to travel to Nanping, and Placer County was represented by Supervisor Duran and Mr. Mike Holmes. We're fortunate today to have Mr. Holmes with us, and I'd like to turn the time over to him to discuss the trip.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board,
It's pushed. He's just a quiet talker.
what? All right. How's that?
Better.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to, this first slide here is just to give you a little background on how this all began. And as a result of a trip I made to China in 2015 to the city of Chongqing, which used to be Chongqing, where there was an international expo underway. It became clear to me that establishing a sister city or sister county relationship could potentially benefit this area economically. China has grown exponentially over the last 30 years, and while the Communist Party is still in control, the country is open for business. The Chinese call it socialism under Chinese conditions, which is basically equates to capitalism. Through a series of contacts, we decided to focus on Nanping County in Fujian Province. Let's see if where does this go?
On Paul Drive.
Oh, there we go. Oh, back there. All right, okay. Well, anyway, in preparing for this trip, we had this prepared a flyer basically talking about Placer County in both English and in Chinese, and the past relationship with China for Placer County during the gold rush in the 1850s and the building of the first transcontinental railroad through the Sierras in the 1860s. So via email, we sent these flyers to a number of different key officials in Fujian Province and received positive encouragement for us to make this visit. Okay, now what? Wait a minute, went back. All right. Okay. As I've already stated, the purpose of the trip was to look at the possibilities in Fuzhou and Nanping, both of which are mountainous and forested, and with a similar forest preserve, much like our federal forests here in Placer County. It's a tea and rice growing area that offers whitewater rafting and other recreational experiences. We also discovered that a citrus fruit very close to our mandarins are cultivated in the area. So this map shows the location of both the Fujian Province and Nanping. And as you can see, it's just across the Taiwan Straits from the province of Taiwan, and there's a lot of business taking place between those two areas. These are a couple of photographs of the people we met while in Fujian and Nanping. This happens to be, both of these photographs happen to be in Nanping. But you can see the sign on the photograph on the left is a warm welcome to Placer County delegation. And the sign, the picture on the right is a trip we made to a battery manufacturing plant that they wanted us to see, and they had in the past, they've exported these batteries. These are like AA, AAA, D batteries for flashlights and that sort of thing. So they had been exporting these batteries to the U.S. Now this is our photograph of our meeting in Fuzhou, which is the capital of Fujian Province. And this was the highest level of meetings that we had with provincial officials. Mr. Li Hung, who is the gentleman between Jack and I, is the Deputy Director of the Fujian Foreign Affairs Department. And by the way, he spent several years studying at Syracuse University, so his English is quite good. This is the gentleman who hosted us for lunch near the provincial headquarters building, and the fellow that's on my right is Mr. Chun Chu Shin, who is responsible for relationships with foreign countries. And if we get to the point of wanting to develop an MOU, understanding about sister counties, this is a guy that we would probably most likely go through. He did brief us a bit on the process from the Chinese perspective. We accomplished step one by making this trip. And of course, we delivered a letter signed by the chair, Robert Wygant, inviting a Chinese delegation to visit Placer County next year. Step two would be that visit by the delegation from China. We presented some Placer County wine and some Placer County shirts with the logo on it. Oh boy, they like that, yes. Along with some Placer County pistachios. And in turn, they presented us with some famous Fujian tea. All in all, I think we agreed that this is a very positive step forward. So we did have a meeting with Fuzhou University officials and discussed some possibilities of exchanges of teachers and students. Within the past week, there have been some discussions about bringing Chinese high school students to Placer County to finish their high school, get a diploma from a U.S. high school. These talks are just in the very preliminary stage right now, but I have been initially talking to Sierra College about a possible visiting professor from China coming and teaching Mandarin, and likewise a English professor going there to teach English. This is the meeting that we had with the Nanping Municipal Bureau of Commerce. And it included some tourist officials. While I should say our focus not totally on tourism, but that may be the first step on making this work financially as a return on investment by this county. The third man from the left here in this photograph is Mr. Chun Ji Yung. He hosted the meeting. He also has an MBA from the UK, so these are not just people who fell off the turnip truck. And here's just a, what? Oh, a tourist area of Fuzhou, and this was, the photograph on the left is the tour we made to a cable manufacturing facility that makes heavy-duty cables and electrical wiring and that kind of stuff. So, and we had, with our meeting with the Bureau of Commerce officials, did talk about some economic development ideas that we hope will come to fruition. Also, this is this area of Fujian Province and Nanping County is a big tourist area. The Wui Mountains is, as you can see here, there's rafting, there's whitewater canoeing, and a number of different things, fishing, and this area is a forest reserve. And here's some Fuzhou and Nanping photographs. I want to make it clear that this was not a sightseeing trip. but while we were there, we didn't keep our eyes closed either. So, but a few things to consider. So that's a briefing on our trip. We had a lot of meetings that were rather lengthy in character, and so I think we have been in touch with some of our hosts since that time by email, and they are still interested in learning more about if they're going to be able to come here this next year. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Duran, your light is on.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to Mike and Paul for bringing this item forward. The trip was just fantastic. I can't say enough about the people there. I can't say enough about their enthusiasm for us being there and a possible relationship with Placer County. As Mike said, a couple of areas that they focused on was on education. And once we told them that we were going to have the only Warwick University outside of Coventry, UK, they were really interested in that. We had a couple meetings with regards to education, and they couldn't talk enough about trying to do some exchanges of students and teachers. And they also told us that there was quite a bit of a need for teachers from the United States to go teach English in China. So I believe that there are opportunities there. With regards to tourism, without stating, it cannot be said. I think there's a lot of opportunities there. They asked us quite a bit about our terrain, especially Lake Tahoe, and gave us some ideas, such as adding some Chinese words to some of our traffic signs to actually direct folks up to the Tahoe area. So they're very, very interested in the tourism piece, as well as the agriculture. The tea. They mentioned that they were very interested in some of our winemaking and vineyards and those kinds of things. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here. I can't say enough about Michael and his ability to get around the world. He does speak Mandarin, so Mike was very impressive going from place to place, not only at dinner time but getting around in general. He definitely has an appreciation for the people and the culture, and I can't say enough about his ability to represent Placer County. I am going to make a recommendation on this. I know that there is an ask for the future, and I do think that whatever we can do to keep Michael involved in assisting us to develop this relationship, I think that would be a positive way, positive thing to do. He knows the county. He's a great emissary for us, and I appreciated the trip. Again, no county aside from the county swag. The trip was paid for by our own funds, so there was no outlay of county resources on that end. But I do think that this is one of those opportunities when we talk about economic development, like we're doing down here in the valley, and we just got done talking about the SIA. That this is another piece of that economic development pie. When we add in the education piece and doing things outside of not only Placer County, but outside of the United States, this becomes a very important piece for the future. So, thank you.
I think Paul has a few things he wants to say as well. So.
I'll move on to the second item, which is to authorize the county executive officer to explore an economic and cultural exchange relationship with Nanping, including authorization to become a member of the Sister Cities International. Brief background of Sister Cities International. It was founded by President Dwight Eisenhower in 1956. It's a nonpartisan, nonprofit 501c3 organization and was envisioned as a network to champion peace and prosperity by fostering bonds between communities around the world. Today, there are over 500 member communities throughout the United States that participate, and it's estimated to have a $525 million contribution to the U.S. economy annually. The third item today is to authorize the county executive officer to enter into professional service contracts for a consultant experienced in hosting foreign delegations and shall include expenses to host a delegation from Nanping. All of these, of course, agreements will be reviewed by risk management and council before being signed. A brief background about the agreements with the Sister Cities organization and the partnering community. The main agreement is a memorandum of understanding that establishes the relationship between the communities. Sister Cities International has a toolkit that will help in this regard, as well as training. The total cost for both of the requested actions are an amount not to exceed $46,325. Funding is available through the County Executive Office Economic Development Division's fiscal year 16-17 final budget. The costs are broken down as follows. $1,325 is one-year membership into the Sister Cities International Organization. We have an estimated $25,000 in hosting the Nanping delegation and an estimated $20,000 for consulting services. The returns for such an investment are most often attributed to the areas of arts and culture, youth and education, business and trade, and community development. According to the study that was done for the Sister Cities International Organization, local economies average $965,000 a year in economic impact from the relationships that are made. With that, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Euler, your light is on.
Yeah. Candidly, I have a number of problems with this particular item. Not the least of which is we're talking about a country that is a hostile actor toward the United States. We're talking about a country that, though embracing capitalism in a very limited form, still primarily state-owned and state-operated capitalism, largely as a result of failure of communist economics. They have an abysmal human rights record as a nation. There are plenty of democracies around the world that we could be reaching out to in this kind of a fashion, and I'm just not sure why we're choosing this kind of a relationship to try to establish within a country that certainly is no friend of the U.S. If the board were to decide to go along with this, I can't support it, but if the board were to decide to go along with this, I would strongly encourage that the board at least take advantage of the economic development expertise that is contained within our relationship with Greater Sacramento. And before we spend any of these dollars on developing economic development opportunities through a partnership within China, reach out to Barry and his team and ask them their thoughts on where we might best be able to leverage our regional strengths, Placer counties in particular, of course, but our regional strengths and where they see this particular area of China might be of greatest benefit to us. So I'll just leave that as my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes.
I appreciate Supervisor Euler's comments, although in local government, we are the ones that get things done, and I think is it Fuzhou province? Yeah, I think they probably are able to get things done as well. And I think it would be, even though we are in an adversarial relationship with the state, I think this is a great opportunity to open up lines of communications between local governments. And I think that by moving forward with this, it'll ultimately increase the wealth and happiness of both governments. Thank you.
Thank you. My comments on this differ a little from both my counterparts here. I'm frankly more concerned that we're being asked to spend what is not a huge amount of money, but is significant. You know, $46,000 could have some pretty significant impacts on some projects and some services that we provide in Placer County. And I'm really concerned just in terms of the loss of American jobs to overseas manufacturing. And while we don't have a lot of manufacturing in Placer County, And there's nothing very specific that I can point to that said business X moved from Placer County to China. What I'm not seeing demonstrated is the economic return that we are going to get. I think it's very easy to say Sister Cities International says there's a benefit to communities of X, but I can't support this until I see very clearly demonstrated what Placer County would expect to get out of this. So I will not be supporting this today.
If I may, first of all, just to correct Mr. Euler's comments, that there are fewer and fewer state-owned industries in China, and many of them are being converted to privately owned businesses. And you know, we do have a friendly relationship with China. It's not adversarial. I know there's some concerns about their military buildup in the South China Sea and so on and so forth. But if having worked in China and dealt with Chinese people one-on-one and with rather large organizations, I find that they are most happy and most interested in creating a relationship with the outside world. The other thing is, as far as the amount of money that's being requested, my estimation is, first of all, there was a comment earlier today about we are going to pay for Chinese delegation to come here, which is not exactly the case. We are not going to buy airplane tickets for a group of 4 or 5 people to come from China to Placer County and spend 5 days. Some of so I think the funding estimate for the visiting delegation is considerably less, and it would just be for hotel and meals and so forth while they are here, and some transportation, take them up to Tahoe and see some of the sites of Placer County. The other thing is, as I see it, some of the funds that would be part of this package would be to translate some of the brochures of companies here in Placer County that can be translated into Chinese to see if we can get the Chinese to come and invest or order products from Placer County. I was out at the Armstrong machine operation out at the Auburn airport, and you know, they said that they were interested in possibly getting some orders from China. So I contacted our friends in China, and they said, and I had them go to the website for the Armstrong manufacturing, and they said, well, it'd be nice to have that translated into Chinese, and then we could shop it around and see if there's anybody interested in making an order or something. So, but this is a slow process that, you know, I wouldn't expect to see results overnight should we go ahead with this, but it's something that at least it's a start to get that relationship going, and over a period of time build, and I should add that the Chinese are interested in investing in the United States of America, and they do so quite frequently, some for EB-5 visa purposes and so forth. And to have that kind of connection on the Chinese side may very well indeed offer some opportunities for Chinese investment here in Placer County. And you know, you're just talking about all the development in South Placer. There's a possibility that some Chinese investor might want to invest in that as well. So anyway.
Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I just, hearing the flavor of the board, since we seem to be, I assume you're going to support this. I would recommend that we table this item until we have a full board.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, not to quibble with Mr. Holmes, but just looking at a story in Fortune magazine of last year, the headline of which, China's global 500 companies are bigger than ever and mostly state-owned. The 12 largest companies in China are state-owned. So, yes, we still have significant state control of their economy over there, and they have done a significant amount of it through a quasi-private sector, allowing companies to go public, and then the state buys controlling positions in publicly traded companies, but then they infuse private capital that way from others around the world. I don't fault it, it's just a matter of fact.
All right. My other comments on this is I'm certainly not saying let's not have a discussion about this in the future. I need to be convinced that there is a significant and identifiable benefit to Placer County that would come out of an investment like this. I mean, I'm just thinking what $45,000 could do for Placer Grown. I mean, that you know, that is something where we could see a very direct and very immediate tangible return and a benefit from that. Again, not saying that that is not possible out of what you're bringing here today. I'm just not seeing it today, so I'm not prepared to move forward with it.
And no support for number two only either, correct?
For the Sister Cities International, that would be an expenditure of $1,325.
Yeah, well, it also includes explore the economic and cultural exchange relationship, which was partly seemed to be the direction.
Yeah,
of the board.
I'm not willing to put money towards this today.
May I comment on two things quickly?
Please do.
From the business development point of view, we always try to look at models and other places where people are doing certain things and whether it's working. So there are a lot of communities in California, like over 100, that are members of the Sister Cities International Organization, and many of them have multiple cities that they are partners with. The city of Sacramento has 6 or 7 by count on the internet, one of which is with China. But the other important thing, I think, Supervisor Montgomery, in your questions, there was a very interesting testimonial from a business in the state of Washington that is a winemaker. And apparently from the story, most of their wine now goes to China. So I think that's just an example of how we might be able to put the relationship to good use.
And I agree that that is entirely possible within the future. I need to see that demonstrated in front of me today in a tangible fashion, and I'm not seeing it. So, what's the pleasure of the board?
So we table it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table and a second. Anything else on that? Any public comment? Okay, public comment?
Good morning. My name is Abigail Fawcett, and I wanted to say thank you to Supervisor Oler and to Supervisor Montgomery for expressing so much of what I just felt. Basically, with all due regard to the ambitious efforts, and I appreciate what is being shared here, I do believe there's other venues that could possibly be accomplished. I will tell you that missions trips are very skilled at knowing what governments allow, what they don't allow. They're good at going in and being able to form relationships. They know where to toe the line at. Supervisor Uller is completely correct. You can send just to echo and add to a little bit, you can send an email to China and you'll get it back perhaps not quite the way you sent it. I happen to know a woman whose husband worked and inspected ships in China, and they're very toxic over there. They take their garbage, put it into barrels, drop it down into a dock and load it into the ocean. My mom's 2 dogs died from the melamine happened. That's been, 7 years ago, something like that, from China. They are a communist country, and to be very frank with you, the thought of having people from China own parts of our country frightens me. I don't think that's something that's, I think you have to be really careful about that. If you've ever been a resident or a tenant of somebody that sits in a position of power that maybe doesn't understand certain things, a very scary place to be. Anyway, on to my main point. There is other monies that this could go to, and I'll state them quickly what they believe that they could be. One is You have a whole bunch of citizens right now that if they billed Placer County for the amount of hours they spend rescuing animals, you'd have a bill. Placer County Facebook page, Placer County Lost and Found Pets. People are always looking and saving the animals. I've done it myself. Call it Placer County Animal Control. They work, 8 to 5, maybe Sundays now. And there's times I can't get an animal because it's not safe. I have taken animals, and they say, well, if you bring them up to the shelter, well, thankfully we've got Loomis Vet down there in Loomis, they'll take them. Really not okay to put upon the people responsibility that the county has to provide care to the animals 24/7. Got a big county, a lot of country areas, the Loomis and all that's where they're always loose mostly. Saved one dog one time, but he got hit a couple months later. The other thing is the parks, and I don't want to step on toes, but our parks have become a business. I know the source of how it happened. I have gone to the parks many times and can't find a place to park, and I can't begin to tell you how much it angers me when I take my 4 grandchildren to the park and there's no place to park.
I'm sorry, can you clarify how this relates to our current?
Money. Yes, thank you for actually helping me bring that around. I appreciate that. To me, it feels like the library, same thing. We've kind of lessened services, but then this is money that $50,000 could go to.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Any other public comments on this before I bring it back to the board? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. All right, motion carries. This will come back at a future date, uncertain. We will now move to our 10:15 Agriculture Department update. We're being given an update on our agricultural marketing services. I believe Josh Hunsinger will be presenting that. And we will also be proclaiming October 2016 as Celebrate Placer Grown Month. And I see we have representatives here from Placer Grown. Welcome.
Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. It's a pleasure to be here. It's Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. Today, just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on our plans for the coming year for the Placer Grown, the Agricultural Marketing Program. Before I do that, though, I did just want to briefly mention, I think your board is aware that we did find Asian citrus psyllid down in Lincoln, which is a very serious, probably the most serious citrus pest in this nation right now. And so that pest was found a couple of weeks ago in Lincoln. Since then, there's been a robust effort from our partners at the California Department of Food and Agriculture. We've assisted with that, survey the neighborhood, place out a bunch of traps to look for more additional insects. They initiated some localized treatments of yards that have citrus trees in them in the immediate area. And then we've also had a public meeting and a meeting with our growers to kind of get the public and our growers up to speed on kind of what's going on with this, what the future holds. So at this point, I'm pleased to report we have not found any additional insects beyond the original find site and then one adjacent property. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that we can eradicate this pest, but it's far too soon to see that we'll be successful on that. So that's a quick update on the Asian citrus psyllid. What I'd like to do is turn the presentation over to Carol Arnold, who is the Executive Director of the Placer Grown nonprofit organization, with which the county has partnered in our agricultural marketing efforts for this year. So thank you, and here's Carol.
Or Bob.
And Bob Bonk, who is the board president for Placer Grown.
I was going to say Bob.
So first of all, thank you to the supervisors, and good morning. Still morning. Wanted to do a brief update on what our plans are for the year with the ag marketing budget. So it's been a really crazy 60-day period here. We've had a lot of fun. We hired a PR social media firm, Lemon Tree. The principals grew up on farms in Grass Valley, know ag, and love farmers and ranchers. So they're providing us with just more knowledge, more background knowledge. They have already done great stuff. Our engagement on Facebook went up from 2,000 reaches a week to 12,000. Over the weekend with Farm to Fork, we reached 18,000 people. So those numbers are really important. We're at, I hate to do analytics because it's kind of boring, but it's important. We have over 12,000 likes. California Grown is following us and posting our stuff, which is really important. That's a big reach. We have 15 videos in the can that we're sharing on Facebook. We've already done a couple wineries for Wine Wednesdays, and they're just getting great response, so that's really fun. Mr. Hunsinger here came up with a great idea. It's the next thing coming. We're going to fly a drone over the rice harvest and video a rice harvest because we don't have that. So, and that was Josh's idea, and Patrick from Lemon Tree will go out and make that happen. He owns a drone. So the really nice part about this is that what the program is allowed to do now is be a hybrid. It's going to be more responsive, more flexible. We're going to be able to move much more quickly when things happen. We will, while using social and having a great presence on social, we'll have much more on the ground. Now we'll be able to focus much more on dealing directly with producers and consumers, freed up the budget to do that. Some of the things we've done is we've developed collateral for Farm and Barn and for Placer Grown Month. Some of these are outside on the table. We've done 4-Style magazine articles with recipes. We've formed a team to review the website so we can make sure the website is functioning as well as we want it to. It needs a few tweaks. And oh my goodness, stand up more row. We did Farm to Fork this weekend, and I have to tell you the most important partnership we have is with Placer County Visitors Bureau. Maura built that thing out, and I have to say, as we went through the day, she did 3 key things. She provided seating by having hay bales, which were also aesthetically pleasing, but they were very functional. She brought the truck in from High Hand, which was a huge draw. That was just, that was such a photo op. It was shot all day long. And then the other thing was the design was so beautiful that it drew people in once again for photo ops, so we got them into the booth. We didn't bring as many apples this year, but we still gave away, I don't know, how many hundreds of pounds was it? Like about 1,000 pounds of apples. And we got a really strong reaction from that. It was a great event, and I can't say thank you enough to Maura and PCVB, who I don't know how much you guys follow us on social, but I was on Channel 40 Friday night, Channel 3, Channel 10 interviewed me extensively, not because it was me, but because Placer Grown and the Visitors Bureau have a story to tell. So that press was very valuable. They also took another video of kids eating apples, which is always great. So anyway, that was great. So now we're looking forward to the next 30 days, Placer Grown Month, and I'm just going to run through these really quick. This weekend we have the Loomis Eggplant Festival. October 7th we have the Crop to Tabletop Dinner. October 7th through 9th is the Auburn Food, Wine, and Spirits Festival. October 9th is the Farm and Barn Tour. I have to call this out because it's really, really shaping up to be cool this year. Paula Amarin, I don't know if you guys are familiar with artists, she'll be out at Twin Peaks. We have hay rides and sheepdog herding, and it's just, I think it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Machado Orchard's Apple Festival is October 15th. The Placer Conservator Dinner Awards and Live Auction is on the 20th, and the Farm Bureau Hoedown.
Honoring Lauren.
Lauren Clark?
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
Okay. Placer County Farm Bureau Hoedown is the 22nd. What I like about this is this represents our partners and potential partners. Not all of these are, of course, sponsored by Placer Grown, but we have the ability to promote our partners as part of Placer Grown Month, and I really like that idea. Going forward, of course, we have Mandarin season coming up. November 9th, Lemon Tree Agency will put on a social media boot camp for our farmers and ranchers. First hour will be for people who don't have a smartphone and have never been on Facebook, and then the next hour will be a little bit more advanced. And by the time we're done, we will have farmers who are able to do their own video and put it up on Facebook and social through their phones, Instagram, whatever it is. I think that's going to be really valuable. Of course, we'll be supporting the Mountain Mandarin Festival. We are going to do some event around mandarins, which we're not all clear about. We're still talking about what we want to do. Paint Placer County orange one day. Just, put mandarins anywhere we can. So the Mountain Mandarin Festival, Orchard Days, Holiday in the Hills with the vintners. Then we swing into Sweets and Treats, I think it's called, for the vintners. And we are going to do a spring dinner. And the focus on that dinner is going to be preservation, things we are preserving now. We already have 15 peach pies frozen for next, because that's the time of year where it starts to drag. We've had enough kale by then and enough winter squash. So what we're doing is showing you what you can do with preserving stuff in the peak season and how you can use it. So I'm kind of excited about that one. And then next June, we will, of course, we'll have the farmers market rollout next spring, and then next June, we're going to do something really fantastic with peaches, again, partnering with Placer County Visitors Bureau. Maura has the artistic vision of how we can make that happen in a beautiful way where we can actually get chefs and people to respond to a box of beautiful peaches. So, wow, anything else? That's it in a nutshell. Lunch is on Placer Grown today, and it is super hyper local. I don't think there's any, Laura Kenny's making lunch, which is a really good thing. I think everything's just about grown or raised within 5 miles of here. So
fabulous.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Carol.
And
thank you so much. Bob, was there anything you wanted to, or that you could possibly add to that?
I think one of the things that's, thank you, Supervisor Montgomery. One of the things that's really important from a producer standpoint is we've seen a re-engagement in the community. Farmers, we tend to operate in our own little silos, pardon the pun, but and forget about the sense of community that we all have. Lemon Tree Agency and what we've gone through before in the past few years, and with the change in the program and bringing in somebody that's familiar with agriculture, we've seen a re-engagement in the community, and not just in the younger generation who are already used to social media, but also in the older generation, who are all of a sudden understanding that they have to up their game or change their game to be more responsive in the world we're operating in today. And so I would like to thank the supervisors and Josh Hunsinger, the Ag Department, with this, I guess we call it a trial program, but with the ability now to reinvent things and move things forward for the producers of the county, because this has been an important step. And it will continue to hopefully aid in the sustainability of what it is we all do on a small scale. So
Very well said. Thank you. Carol, did you have something more to add?
Nope, I'm just waiting.
Josh?
Well, with that, I believe we have a proclamation. Thank you.
We do, and I have the honor of reading it, and then we'll take some photos. We have here, in the manner of a proclamation recognizing October as Celebrate Placer Grown Month in Placer County. Whereas Placer County agricultural production consists of a diversified range of products, including grains, tree fruit, grapes, livestock, and forest products. And whereas Placer County's local crops and livestock are the source of the highest quality, freshest food available to Placer County residents, and whereas Placer County has been farm to fork since 1849, when its early settlers discovered the agricultural gold that could be produced utilizing the county's rich soils, pure water, and perfect growing climate, and whereas Placer County mandarins are world famous for their consistent quality, flavor, and dark orange color, and whereas Placer County wineries are consistently given top awards in state, national, and international competitions, and whereas Placer County's agricultural products are available through a wide range of outlets such as farm stands, farmers markets, local stores, and local restaurants, whereas Placer County's farmers and ranchers are hardworking individuals who are good stewards of their land and maintain it for agricultural production and future generations. And whereas Placer County farms and ranches are beautiful places that are wonderful to visit,
Whereas Placer County's local agricultural industry depends on direct sales of farm products to the local community in order to maintain economic sustainability. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at a regular meeting held September 27, 2016, proclaiming the month of October as Celebrate Placer Grown Month, and encourages all citizens to support our local farmers and ranchers throughout the designated week and month and beyond by purchasing locally grown agricultural products. Signed by me because Robert's gone. Congratulations. Carol and Bob hold this in the middle, and Josh and I can be your bookends. Wait, says Maura. I do want that, yes. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be able to call you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any public comments on this or anything from my supervisors would like to add to this? All right, seeing that. Oh, yes, please come forward.
Well, actually, Dave Brenninger just happened to be president and on the board for the Placer County Visitors Bureau. We're very proud of Maura. We're very proud also another board member of Carol. Some of us have been around long enough. We recall there wasn't once no placer grown. It is a real tribute to those, many of our board members, I'm thinking of Alex in particular, and many others who stepped forward, rethought the ag community in our county. Water's always been here. It should always be here, protected as best you can. But the ability for placer grown to have become a bright light in the sunshine, it's just incredible to me. Joanne, Carol, and many others just to continue to ignite me with their enthusiasm. So when I heard at our board meeting you were going to have the month of orange, I thought this was exciting and had to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no additional comment, we will move to our next item, which is a departmental item. This is item 8A, Health and Human Services, revisions to General Relief Program Policy Manual, Placer County Indigent and Low Income Cremation Assistance Program. Linda Patterson.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Montgomery and members of the board. I am here to provide information about an update that we are proposing to our current general relief policy, which has become rather outdated, and also to adopt a new policy regarding indigent cremation and low-income cremation. I will do a brief overview because obviously the time, and it sounds like you have a fabulous lunch awaiting, so, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. What we have been working to update the policy about general relief. As you know, state law requires the county to provide a general relief program for those whose basic needs are not met by any other type of program. And to be qualified for general relief, they have to be actively seeking employment if they are employable. And if they are employable, they can only receive 3 months of general relief in a 12-month period. For those that are not employable, we also work with them to gain self-sufficiency in other ways. So just a real overview of what we're asking to update the policy is first to keep the county in compliance regarding the statute of when you review the grant amounts. We also want to update the property limits, which have become rather outdated. I think actually they have not been outdated since I worked on this policy when I was here 30 years ago. So it's time. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. And we also have mention in the policy about fraud, but we don't detail what the penalties are, so that was an oversight that needed to be clarified. And then we want to also talk more about the indigent cremation policy, because as we started to work through the policy, it became very clear that there are 3 entities involved, Human Services, as well as the Coroner's Office and the Public Administrator. So we've worked together collaboratively to define our roles in a way that will make that work more efficiently as well. We have shared these policies with the Legal Services of Northern California in their final form. I do want to acknowledge the work of Val Flood from County Council. We worked extensively with her on this project, and I do appreciate her contributions. As I mentioned, we changed the current policy, called for us to do a cost of living survey every year on the grant amounts, and last time I think that was done was when I was here, because it's very onerous and subjective and actually not in compliance with state statute. So we have revised that to conform there. We also, in regard to the property limits, are making modest improvements there in terms of personal property from $50 to $75. For a life insurance or burial policy from $500 to $1,000. The biggest change is probably exempting a vehicle. Right now, the policy sets that limit at $1,500. It's pretty hard to have a car that's just worth $1,500, and our goal with the people that we do have on general relief is to get them employed, if we can. So they need a car. We can't force them to really sell this. And the other part is we have people that are really disabled and need to get to doctor's appointments. We are following suit with other programs that have made this type of a change, notably the state CalFresh program, as well as other neighboring counties like Nevada County. We have surveyed our caseload to see what kind of impact this would make, and currently there's probably about 5% that get denied for having a vehicle over $1,500. As I mentioned, we have stipulated what the penalties for fraud would be in this policy in alignment with the CalFresh policy. So there are standards about when you would actually end up being disqualified for committing fraud. The other changes are really kind of clarifications of various things in the policy that needed to be clarified. As I mentioned, what we found when we got into the cremation assistance program is that the eligibility criteria weren't defined specifically enough, and we've done that with this policy. The people that are indigent qualify under general relief. However, we have about 5 a year that don't. They're just sort of a little bit in limbo. So that's where the low-income cremation policy could come in into play there. And in these cases, they do assign a lien for whatever their assets are should they pass. So the county does recover a lot of the funding for both general relief and for this cremation policy. So that's a real high overview as far as fiscal impact. Since we've been really working to get people employed, our general relief caseload is down like 25% from a year before. So we think that we could make these changes and see how they played out and yet stay within our budget, which is what we'd like to do. And in terms of cremation assistance as well, we do have some latitude there. In 2013, we were spending about $76,000 for cremations. The last full year was $36,000, and this year to date, just $17,000. So there is, I think these are fiscally responsible decisions that would update the policy to be more in line with some of our neighbors and really better represent what should be done in these areas. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Any questions from any member of the board? I see none. Any member of the public wish to weigh in on this item? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much for your work on this, and my thanks to Val as well.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
yes, and thanks for your patience. All right, we're going to move to our Human Resources, item 9. We have 3 items, all being presented by Judy Laporte. 9A, Placer County Deputy Sheriff's Association Memorandum of Understanding and amendments to Chapter 3 and compensation and benefits adjustments. Then we'll be hearing item B, Placer County Deputy Sheriff's Association represented safety members, county paid CalPERS contribution. And then we will finish with, last but not least, Placer County Deputy Sheriff's Association life insurance. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here. The next 3 items, as you so pointed out, do refer to the collaborative effort that we recently concluded between members of the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the county's negotiations team. After many, many months of negotiation, a tentative agreement was reached. This agreement was ratified by the DSA in late August, with approximately 90% of those voting members voting to ratify the agreement. I really want to point out that all parties worked really hard during this extended effort in a professional, collaborative, and diligent manner to get where we are today. Your staff report highlights the major changes to the MOU, which will run through June of 2018. Some of those changes include increases to the professional certification and education incentive pay, and minor improvements in other areas of compensation. Of special note is that some members of the Deputy Sheriff's Association over the next 2 years will increase their contribution towards their CalPERS retirement. This was a significant factor in us being able to reach agreement with this group while staying within the fiscal authority granted by your board. The items B and C support provisions in the MOU. Specifically, item B is the required resolution by CalPERS to change the amount of the county's contribution towards those members, and item C would allow us to amend the life insurance agreement, also in keeping with the MOU provisions. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from any member of the board? I would be surprised, frankly, to see questions from the members of the board, since we've also been discussing this fairly intensely over, I think it's more than months. I think it's actually been a couple of years. But thank you very much for bringing this forward. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this, ask any questions? All right, seeing none, I'll bring this back to the board. I'm going to ask County Council, do these need to be taken individually?
Yeah, I take them as A, B, and C. I'd appreciate it.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board, understanding we need to take this as 3 individual items, A, B, and C? Okay, we have a motion and a second on 9A. All those in favor? Aye. What do I hear on 9B? All those in favor? Aye. Who's up for 9C? All right. All those in favor? Aye. All right. Sounds like that carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. We are now going to adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors, and we are going to convene as the Placer County In-Home Support Services Public Authority. This is where I wish I'd brought some hats today. Maureen Bauman is going to be presenting the In-Home Support Services Public Authority fiscal year 16-17 budget.
Yes, we're bringing forward the budget for you to hopefully approve this morning. So the Public Authority is, as you know, an independent body and is established to help with the IHSS recipients. We do a couple of things. We help in finding independent home care providers. We do that through a registry, the investigation of the qualifications of those providers, and we also do training and assistance of providers coming on board. We will serve approximately 2,500 providers in this next year with employment enrollment, orientation, training support. There's 8 staff that are assigned to this unit to provide these services. And in terms of the budget, it is a combination of federal, state, and funds, and there are no county general funds attached. The total budget is $1,312,216. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about this program, but otherwise I would recommend approval of the budget.
Excellent. Any questions from any of my fellow board members? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? I didn't hear Supervisor Euler down there. I'm going to take that as an aye.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. We are now going to adjourn as the Placer County In-Home Support Services Public Authority and convene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Welcome back. We're going to move to item 11, county executive item, hazardous tree removal plan relating to tree mortality, being presented by John McEldowney.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. My name is John McEldowney with the Placer County Office of Emergency Services. I'll be presenting to you our hazardous tree removal plan. Before I do, I'd also like to recognize Chief Morris with CAL FIRE and also Dave Fournier with the United States Forest Service Tahoe Unit. And before I press on, I just kind of wanted to take a look. Is it possible to move the slides down at all? We'll see if that happens. Anyway, you can see an area around Frost Hill in the Alta area with just a huge number of dead trees right in here. This homeowner has actually done pretty good defensible space, but the issue is just the size and the scope of the problem that this particular homeowner is facing. It's kind of a microcosm for what's going on to various degrees around the county. So with that, my goal today, requested action, adopt a resolution approving the Placer County tree mortality hazardous tree removal plan to allow the county to receive reimbursement funding from the California Disaster Assistance Act, pending approval, of course, by the California Office of Emergency Services. I'll go over a little background, the tree mortality task force within the county, possible state funding process, some magnitude, scope, and cost issues, along with plan implementation, and then hazardous tree issues on private property. By way of background, as you're probably aware, Governor Brown claimed a state of emergency on tree mortality roughly about 11 months ago. Your board proclaimed a local state of emergency on December 8th of last year as well. Major issue is just 5 years of extreme drought combined with the bark beetle infestation is just creating havoc across California, and it's beginning to move into Placer County as well. The latest estimate, most people expect this to increase, is approximately 66 million dead trees statewide. And again, the problem, most forest people in general assess that the problem is going to continue to get worse across the county, including oak mortality in some of the lower elevations of the county as well. So unfortunately, there's no real systemic cure available at this point in time. There are some cures that are being promoted out there, but on a larger scale, there's just no real systemic cure available at this time. And this picture is just some of the different types of pine beetles and bark beetles that are causing some of the problems. One of the things that we're doing is we formed a county tree mortality task force. It's composed of stakeholders, public and private, multi-agency across the county, basically formed to align with a state tree mortality task force, and we're trying to work issues at the local level. This task force, the county task force, is composed of 17 separate local agencies and departments, along with 14 separate city, state, and federal agencies that are working within Placer County. The main goal is just to set up an interagency structure to work that coordination piece, shared needs and resources, and just get that broad perspective for this majorly large problem, because essentially it's just too large for any one agency to deal with on their own. So we're kind of working together as an interagency team. The county tree mortality task force, we meet fairly regularly. We've had about 6 meetings. We're trying to meet about once a month, and again, we just coordinate on some of the issues. One of the big problems with this issue is just hazard trees on private property. It's probably one of the most challenging aspects of the problem. Obviously, private property owners are ultimately responsible for their own private property. And the other thing is California Disaster Assistance Act does not cover private landowners and provide assistance to private landowners. The one caveat is that if there's dead trees, beetle-killed or drought-killed dead trees that threaten public rights-of-way or county infrastructure, those individual trees may be considered for public funding, assuming the private property owner is willing to sign a right-of-entry permit. Some other potential sources of funding support for our private property owners include Pacific Gas and Electric. I highly encourage our private residents, if they even think they have PG&E lines going across their property. I encourage them to log on to pgne.com/trees or to call the number there, 1-800-743-5000. The CAL FIRE state responsibility area is another source of potential grants. There's some tree mortality grants that are actually closing out pretty soon. These have been worked through the various fire safe councils and other agencies around the state. The county, Placer County, is in the process of applying for some of these grants, and these are actually targeted specifically for private property owners. And then on the county side, my office and Public Information Office, we're working to engage the public and let them know what's going on this issue. We have a community meeting on Thursday, September 29th at 7 p.m. in the Alta Fire Hall, 33950 Alta Bonnie Nook Road. And we also have our website, our Placer County website, with a tree mortality banner running across. It's basically, we're trying to set that up as a clearinghouse for information on this problem. The other key point I wanted to get across for private property owners, they can call California Forest Stewardship Helpline, 1-800-738-TREE, and get some of their questions answered for specifically for tree mortality issues. Just delving a little deeper into the possible state funding process, the California Disaster Assistance Act. This plan before you today is just essentially, it's part of the application process for potential funding. If your board chooses to approve the plan, it will, and if Cal OES approves it as well, it'll be 75% funding from the state with a 25% match from the county. We're assessing right now about a $3.1 million estimated cost countywide, so that would lead to the breakdowns you see there. About 2.3 would potentially come from the state, about 779,000 the county would be responsible for. One of the key issues with California Disaster Assistance Act funding, there's a documentation process that we do need to go through to make sure that we maximize the state 75% share. Part of that is a registered professional forest or a certified arborist, which would be identifying all the dead trees, photos with geotags for each dead tree, all costs documented. If all those requirements are met, then the state will reimburse us up to 75%. Some of the other funding sources I wanted to quickly mention, I've already talked about the California SRA grants. We also are in the process of soliciting or working for a resource conservation district service grant as well. To talk about the order of magnitude, scope of cost, it's just a really challenging issue just to try and identify exactly how many trees are dead or dying. But the Public Works Department, they've estimated approximately 1,800 trees are dead, and the estimate, I want to emphasize it is an estimate. We're figuring about $1,700 per tree. That's where we work up the $3.1 million figure. Also want to emphasize it's an evolving problem. Just because we have 1,834 trees dead right now does not mean we'll have 1,834 trees dead next fall, next winter, next spring. It's going to continue to probably likely evolve. Also, the cost per tree is highly variable based on where it is, how difficult it is to access, the size of the tree, and other factors. In terms of plan implementation, as I've said, this plan requires state approval. So with your board's approval, my office will submit this plan officially to Cal OES. If Cal OES has any changes that they want to see, of course, we'll come back to your board with any of their directed changes or refinements. And by the way, I have already submitted a draft version, and I've been working very closely with Cal OES to work any issues that they may have. One future point of consideration, as we assess that the problem may grow, we're also considering contracting with a removal company or a tree mortality coordinator. That's something that if the problem gets worse, which it's expected to do, we'll probably come back to your board for more discussion on that. So again, the requested action, I won't read it again. I just wanted to open up and see if you had any questions or comments. And if I can't answer them, I got the real experts right here.
Well, I was going to say, before we move to board questions and public questions and comments, was there anything that either CAL FIRE or U.S. Forest Service wanted to add to this discussion?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. George Morris, Unit Chief for the Nevada Yuba Placer Unit of CAL FIRE. I just want to thank the board for your foresight in declaring the emergency as fast as you did on the heels of the governor's executive order, because that foresight has allowed the county to take a really proactive response to this prior to it being added as a county in the actual executive order. If you'll remember at the beginning, it only included 6 counties from Kern to Tuolumne County, or Calaveras County rather. Calaveras up to Placer were recently added, and largely in part because of the efforts locally here. And what we see, we're on the kind of the far edge of it. I took a flight from McClellan Air Force, or former Air Force Base, down to Kern County and back to look at the devastation. And when you fly the front of the Sierras from here all the way down to Kern County, you can see fire scars that we remember. We remember the King Fire, remember the Butte Fire from last year, the Rim Fire from 2013. Those fires pale in comparison to the damage that is being wrought by the tree mortality throughout. When you can see the fire scars very easily, but you can also see just rampant tree mortality everywhere. Placer County is likely to look like that in about 3 years if climatic changes don't happen. What it takes for these bugs to get killed truly at a grand scale is sustained freezing temperatures for a long period of time. There's no amount of pesticides we can put on them to stem the tide. So when you're looking at this tree mortality or this tree removal plan, that's tree removal in areas that are identified as high hazard zones. High hazard zones are anything within 200 feet of a roadway, power line infrastructure, water conveyance, pipeline, any other critical infrastructure, or 1,000 feet of a community. And so there's still going to be many trees out into the wildlands that aren't going to be addressed, and they will naturally die and fall over time. Obviously, there's a significant fire nexus. If we can deal with them close to those infrastructure, we get less likelihoods of power line caused fires, less likelihood of spread, and less likelihood that evacuation routes will be impacted by these falling trees or that they'd be impacted by fire. So I just wanted to thank the board for your foresight, and I think that Placer County is well positioned here to deal with the threat.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah. Do we have any idea what percentage of the dying canopy, the affected canopy, is on public lands versus private lands?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Obviously, the public land holdings are quite large in Placer County, so with the Tahoe National Forest representing a good big swath of that, and a little bit of the El Dorado National Forest, it's basically the county's broken out into thirds, and it's only affecting that ponderosa pine band. And you also see it up in the high country in Tahoe where it's hitting the firs as well now, a different varietal of species.
So once afflicted, is there no value in the board feet?
There is. So they get what's called a blue stain. It's a fungus that comes after they've girdled the tree. And there's not a market for blue stain, and Dave might be able to speak to that a little bit better than I can. So that wood does have value. It could be firewood. It could be ground up for biomass.
In construction common wood as just framing timbers, there's no value in that wood. Is there some damage to the integrity of the wood?
No, it's the aesthetic. The value of it is lost because of what it looks like.
I guess what I'm wondering is have we basically said we're going to just open up the forests, we're going to go out and tag trees, open up the forest, and just let private logging folks come in and take whatever they can? Is there any outreach to bring in private folks to just come clear whatever can be cleared? Now, granted, most of that would be the stuff that's easier to access, closer to infrastructure. I get that, but that's also the stuff that causes the greatest potential for danger in that woodland interface that we have with our homes. And so all I'm thinking is at this point, if we just said, come and get it to anybody in the logging industry or the firewood industry or whatever, could we make a dent that way?
You know, John did a good job of laying out just how many agencies are having to touch this.
I know,
how
and
many
that's
the
what's
regulatory
frustrating me.
pieces. And the executive order did clear some things with regard to CEQA, but if you're talking about entering into the national forest to do that, you've got some serious NEPA issues, and then CEQA obviously in the state lands. Anytime an agency is going to decide to do something, whether it's allow somebody like that to come in, it flags NEPA, it flags CEQA, and it will slow all of that down. So those are the hurdles that are there, and those are the things. That's why we have this multidisciplinary group to try to figure out how do we work within the existing regulations to make a dent.
So the emergency declaration did nothing to waive any of those environmental review requirements should we choose to pursue a path of removal?
It did in the high hazard zones. Yeah, so in the broader wildland that doesn't meet that criteria, there's no waiving of those criteria. And even then, we're still trying to clarify exactly what that EO is saying and how what parts of CEQA are waived, because I think we still have to do a document saying what the impacts are going to be, and that's what we're trying to flesh out at the state level and then locally as well.
And if I could just add to that, I think this might maybe get to what the crux of your question is really from a macroeconomic perspective. There's a glut of trees, which causes the value to go down.
Right.
I've talked to SPI. They're on the tree mortality task force. They're just not in a position to take any more trees. I was talking to Dave earlier this morning. A lot of lumber mills are just no pine, and I'll probably let him speak to that if he wants to, but just from the macro perspective, economics is working against us.
Okay.
So.
And that's really, yes, that's getting at the crux of what I was asking.
Okay.
We invited those folks in to say, if we were to give you access onto the lands, if we can engineer that, is there a market to have you guys come in and clear this stuff out?
And that's been discussed at the State Tree Mortality Task Force in Sacramento to try and figure out some of these bigger market issues. I hesitate to say it's not getting anywhere. It's just a slow process. And as an example, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a federal regulation that says thou shalt not export trees to foreign countries, which in this particular situation with this particular problem is not the law that we need.
Right.
And Senator Feinstein is actually bringing forward a change to that legislation in direct response to the issues that we're facing, not just here in California, but actually throughout the entire Intermountain West.
Right. So at the state task force, there's been discussions about, converting it into pet bedding products or finding a way to get it overseas, et cetera. They're looking at everything from the state perspective, from the larger perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Holmes, your light was on? Nope? Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in on this before I open it up to the public? I see our air pollution control officer here. Did you have something specific you wanted to mention?
I don't think so. I think George covered it very well.
Okay.
Unless there was a question for me.
Okay, I'll open it up to our APCO then and get the air quality.
Just nothing in particular other than, we've worked very closely with
I'm
the
sorry,
county.
would you identify yourself
I
for
would.
the record?
I'm sorry. Eric White, the Director of Air Pollution Control here for Placer County. And we've certainly appreciated working with John and his staff, along with Cal OES and Cal Fire and the Forest Service on trying to address this. We've had a long history on this. We're looking for opportunities to bring new funding to this, as John pointed out. How can we do this, along with working with some of the private entities as well? And to Supervisor Euler's question about the value of the timber, we're working with many of our bioenergy partners here, whether it's SPI, whether it's Rio Bravo and Lincoln, to try to find opportunities to bring some of this material that's going to be coming out of the forest and put it to beneficial uses, as opposed to burning it in the forest, which is where a lot of this will end up happening, and bringing certainly some air quality and health impacts to the communities that we want to avoid. So we're very committed to the partnership we have with the county on this, and we'll work with them as we see through this significant issue.
Thank you very much. Any members of the public want to weigh in on this before I bring it back to the board? Please come forward and identify yourself. You gentlemen have been waiting very patiently. Thank you. I hope you learned a lot about county governance.
Absolutely. My name is Brian Hadley, Green Mountain Enterprises. We are in direct response to your question. In partnership with New Fuels, we are trying to bring a plant in that's going to be able to utilize this material. Anybody that would like to see more about it, we are actually going to have a meeting over here at Sierra Nevada Conservancy at 1 o'clock. We're going to do a PowerPoint presentation and for anybody who would like to know more about it. And that's about it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. We're being asked to adopt a resolution approving the Placer County Tree Mortality Hazardous Tree Removal Plan. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. McEldowney, anything? Last comments?
No, ma'am. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you so much. Okay, at this point, we are going to adjourn to closed session and probably that Placer Grown lunch. Mr. Cardin, would you take us away?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to discuss, for a conference with legal counsel to discuss two items of existing litigation, Garwood Building versus County and Wayne Smith versus Deputy Sheriff Giovannini. The board will also have a conference with its real property negotiators to discuss two potential real property acquisitions. Board will also adjourn as the board and convene as a successor agency to discuss a real property action with its real property negotiator for the successor agency. And finally, the board will discuss a public employee appointment.
And thank you, officer, for keeping watch over us.
Ready? The board has returned from closed session, and this is the closed session report. In a conference with legal counsel, the board heard a report and gave direction to counsel on Garwood Building Company versus the County of Placer. The board heard a report and authorized the defense and indemnity of former Deputy Sheriff Giovannini in Wayne Smith versus Giovannini. The board also had a conference with its real property negotiators on a property owned by Sunset Commercial Center LLC and gave direction to its real property negotiators. Then the board heard a report on a real property transaction in the Lake Tahoe area with the potential transaction with La Lima Partners, and the board gave direction to its real property negotiating team. The board then adjourned as the Board of Supervisors and convened as a successor agency to hear a report from its real property negotiators on property in Kings Beach with the negotiating parties were County of Placer and Paradigm 8 Partners, and gave direction to its real property negotiating team. Board then adjourned as the successor agency, reconvened as the Board of Supervisors for a public employee appointment, and confirmed the appointment of Steve Pedretti as the Director of Community Development Resources Agency. That concludes the closed session report.
Thank you, Counselor. With that, we stand adjourned.